Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to call a meeting to order. We'll begin by acknowledging that we're in Treaty 1 territory in the traditional homeland of the Métis Nation. My name is Ron Merritt. I'll be your chairperson this afternoon. Introducing the panel members is Gisela Rental to my left, and to her left is Laurie Davidson. Representing the City of Winnipeg from the Assessment Department is Mr. Dagshin Ramsawat. And our recording secretary is Katie Sutherland. This afternoon we'll be hearing applications for revision of the assessment roll in accordance with the Municipal Assessment Act. The matters for which revision is requested has been described in each application, and we'll limit discussions to those matters. The statements that the applicant or the assessor make are sworn testimony, and anybody speaking on these matters must be sworn in. Please be advised that comparisons of assessments are not considered market value by the board. The board is appointed annually by City Council and is independent of it, along with the City Administration. We make our decisions based on the evidence provided at the hearing and issue a written order that will be mailed to all parties as soon as possible. Please note that the board's decision in respect to the application may be appealed to the Manitoba Municipal Board if the matter pertains to assessed value or classification, or the Court of Queen's Bench if the matter pertains to exemptions from taxation. Should you wish to appeal, information on how to do so will be included in the board's order. In respect to the hearing this afternoon, I will confirm the matters to be addressed with each applicant following the swearing in. We'll then have the assessor's testimony, followed by questions that you may have of them, and then it'll be your opportunity to present your information, and you may be questioned by everybody involved. Each party will have the opportunity to summarize if they wish. Once all evidence about the application is brought forward, the applicant may leave. The process will repeat for each item on the docket this afternoon. The session will close after the application has been heard, and the board will deliberate in private and make its decisions. The order will be mailed to you as soon as possible. As information, all public hearings are live stream recorded and will be part of the public record. I'll ask our secretary to swear in or affirm our assessor, and we will deal with the first item on the docket, which is going to be 26 Avonhurst Street. So you may come forward.
State your name.
Dr. Ramsawat.
Do you affirm that the evidence you're about to present is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Do you can affirm or you can swear?
I swear.
Okay, so please state your name.
Richard Woody.
Do you swear that the evidence you're about to present is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God? Thank you.
So we'll begin by going through this property, and the assessor has the floor in regards to, he will describe your property, and you may have questions to ask him after his presentation. Because he is a little hard of hearing, he would like you to maybe speak into the microphone, or if at all possible.
If I remember.
Okay, I'll remind you.
Thank you.
All right, take us through the property, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We begin by introducing the property, subject property at 26 Avonhurst, roll number 120-400-96000. The property is a 2.5-story home in Prestonwood, and this is the information we have on our records to describe the property. It was built in 2005, but we seem to have a different age here, which is the 1915 represent the effective age. Basically, we would know from our record there must have been some sort of improvements into the property over time. It has been over a long period of time that we had some improvement, that although it's not a lot, but it's at least some evidence that nothing about the home here is original. There are some parts of the home that perhaps was has undergone some renovation. That said, what we have here, when we look at the house here being full and a park area, just for the records, the basement itself is about 1,596 square feet. The additional area is 480 square feet. That could have been part of the reason, perhaps, over time, whereby the effective age was changed from 1905 to 1919. The rest of the characteristics you can see there that we have. This property also has an in-ground pool and a double attached garage that was built in 2000, just for the record. And that garage, because it's significant, is 748 square feet. It's much larger than normal size. It's above average. Location, park-like location, perhaps are influenced by the park close by. $660,000 is the assessed value on this property, and I want to say that it was actually calibrated, Mr. Chairman, for a higher amount, but we have an overridden value where it was already decided on to reduce the value from what would have been calibrated at $706,000 to $660,000. So now we have 4 comparables, and these comparables here, from as I look across the comparables, it does appear that it will certainly support the value of the $660,000 for 2020. So what we have here is all the comparables, all 3 first comparables, that is in the same neighborhood characteristic area. And the other one on Middlegate would be in a slightly different location, that is across the river. Each of the comparables is a 2.5-story, they are all single-family home. Each of these properties are actually built in the turn of the last century, and it does appear that most of these comparables had a little bit of renovation as well, with the exception of comparable number 2, which has the same effective age as 1919. Now, when I look here too, I see that in order to get the comparables that are highly similar, I see that in terms of the size, we have the subject property at 4,000 square feet, comparable number 1 and 2, they are around the mid 3,000, and of course the second comparable is a little larger, and the last comparable has virtually the same size of that of the subject property. So we look at the other characteristics and we see that even the lot size, they are comparable except for the highly similar, that is, except for number 3, which is smaller. Now we look, there I take you now to the time adjusted sale price. Comparable number 1 is $638,000. Comparable number 2, and mine is smaller. Comparable number 2 is $643,000, a little bit lower than that of the subject property in terms of value. It also shows that that is the one comparable that didn't have any change in effective age, so it was very likely that not much has been done for the property to increase the life. Then there is comparable number 3, which is about the same size, same value that of the subject, or certainly very close and a bit smaller. And the last comparable, $729,000, which is about $60,000 higher than that of the subject property and around the same size. So these comparables, Mr. Chairman, does certainly support the value of $660,000, and that's my presentation. Thank you.
I thank you. Questions of the assessor in regards to just what you heard?
Yes, he went through I think some of the statistics in respect to 26 Avonhurst Street. He's showing a square footage area, living area of 4,090 square feet, whereas the assessment notice had indicated it was 3,859 square feet. Could you explain that difference for me?
So would you tell me again what the number that you have, 2,800 did you say?
No, 3,859
3,800
square feet
59.
is the number on the assessment notice.
Well, if we have 4,000 90 square feet, just a moment. Mr. Whedon, right?
Yeah,
Okay. If we have 4,009 square feet, it's because that we have a record, and more than likely it was not contested in the past, or certainly that's one reason why it will still remain at 4,090. If you ask me then why you have 3859, I can't say that right now without looking at all the facts, looking at all the other information that may be there. But otherwise, certainly if it had been an issue in the past and it was contested, then we would have looked at it a little bit more closely. So I can't
Well,
answer to that right now.
I don't quite understand how I would have contested something in the past that I agreed with at 3,859 square feet. The first I saw of 4,090 square feet was when your folks out there handed me this afternoon. I had never heard of 4,090 square feet, so I'm simply asking a question of why did all of the information I've received so far indicate 3,859 square feet, and today I find out it's 4,090 square feet. I didn't take a measuring stick to my
I
house.
think, Mr. Whitten, that's gonna be part of your presentation, so I don't think you're gonna get the answer that you're sort of seeking.
Okay.
Okay, so you can bring that up in regards to your evidence, okay? You have further questions?
Of the assessor, no, that's fine.
Okay. I'll just see our panel members. Ms. Rempel?
Yes, I just want to ensure I understand this correctly. So you indicated that this house was built in 1905, and did you say the effective age was 1990?
1915,
Oh, okay, 1950.
that's what it shows there on the brief.
Okay, and did you visit the home to inspect it at all? Did you drive by the home at all? Okay,
Yeah, just for the record, all of these in the briefs, I've not inspected any or didn't drive by to any. I just refer to the characteristics of the property. I would have, in many cases, I would have looked at multiple listings to do comparables. But if the subject property has not been sold, then I would not have had a chance even to know what it's like inside. And I take it that from the information we have, it could either be average or above average, below average, those kind of things, you know.
but the effective age is 1915, so that
Would
would,
have
what would
been done
that
some
denote?
time ago, yes.
That would be a long time ago.
Mhm.
And I noticed that the home has a pool
It does.
and it's next to a park.
It has some influence.
Okay, I think that's all my questions.
I thank you. Ms. Davidson?
Just a couple questions. You indicated the 2020 roll right now is recorded at 660,000. Did you say that it was higher and it was reduced at the previous period?
Yes, it was an overwritten value and
What was the value?
$706,000.
706. And just one other question. What was the average market increase in single-family residences in this neighborhood?
In that neighborhood, I'll
Thank
get that in a moment.
It's
3%.
3?
Yes.
And was this property higher or lower than the average?
We have the subject property as average condition.
No, I meant was the increase in value from the last reassessment. You said the average of the neighborhood was 3%. Was this one, where did it stand? Was it 3%? Like it was with the average, or was it higher or lower?
Well, just for the record here, so I'm looking at $628,000 was the last for current and last year,
Okay.
2018 and 19, at $628,000. And for the records, when I look at it here, it's a 5% increase. But keep in mind that when we think about average, some can be lower, some can be higher.
Absolutely, absolutely. Thank you very much.
Mr. Ramsey, the subject's got a pool,
It does,
okay? So none of the other comparables have a pool?
not that I know of, and the dollar here
So
doesn't show that.
what do you feel as if the pool adds to the subject property in regards to value?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Chairman. I've noted here that the pool was built in 2003. And let me see what other information I was found in my file here. I don't know that I have in fact, I don't see that I have a permit for the pool. What do I have here? 24 feet in diameter, so probably, okay, your question was? Your question-
Roughly, what do you think?
Roughly?
Yeah.
We built in 2003, it would be perhaps a little less than that of a brand new pool. A brand new pool they run between plus or minus $4,000 to $5,000. Half of that is 22, probably closer to $20,000 or maybe slightly under that, Mr. Chairman, would be my opinion.
So I noticed that comparable number 4 is in a different area than the subject property. It's a more desirable area.
Well, it is a different area, Mr. Chairman, I don't
So
know.
a much superior location.
Mhm.
It's in Westgates, I think.
I take it that's your opinion too, Mr. Chairman. I'm giving you the information we have here. And if you ask me if I think that is a comparable area, I would say that it's a comparable area. You can look at other adjustments. If, for example, you think it might be, let's see, it's not on the river either. It's a lot that is as large. We have to also take in consideration the subject property has a parking place, Mr. Chairman. So it's a matter of reconciliation here, and I don't know that it's, if you are thinking it's a superior area, I don't know that it's highly superior.
Okay. Comparable cell number 3, it's half the size of the subject. Okay, so what would you, if you were seeking value, what would be half the value of the lot, the smaller lot compared to a larger lot?
That's an interesting question too, Mr. Chairman. Really what happens, and I've said this a number of times, once a house is being built on a property that is a larger or smaller, and you can't build anything on that other property, it doesn't mean then that the subject property being 12,000 square feet or more would double the value. It wouldn't. It would have a contributory value that would be higher, and that is a subjective value that I would know from experience. It's not going to be like $100,000, I can assure you. You look at probably plus or minus maybe $50,000, but it was not going to be double. It could even be less than that, Mr. Chairman.
I thank you, sir. Mr.
Can I
Whitten?
just ask a question on the assessor rules from your question
Okay.
about
Yep.
our swimming pool?
Okay.
If the value of the swimming pool is $20,000, why is it that whenever you go to sell your property, your realtor's gonna tell you to fill in your pool? Like I don't, that sounds to me like a liability. It doesn't sound to me like an asset. Would you agree with that?
No, sir, I wouldn't agree with that.
Well, I think everybody else
I don't
would.
agree, sir, that your property is a liability, sir. And if you've owned your home for more than earlier than 2003, then you would have put that pool in there. How can it be a liability? Is a question I'd like to refer back to you.
Well, it's an asset as long as you've got children that are 10 years of age and under. When the children get to be larger or older than 10 years of age, it becomes a liability. And, I spend, I don't know, a couple of $1,000 a year on my pool. And I bet you, I haven't got the cost per swim down below $100. And so that doesn't sound like an asset to me, with all due respect.
Mr. Whitten, it'll be your opportunity to present. You have something to hand out? Or?
I do.
Yeah.
You've undermined a certain amount of my presentation already.
That's
when
fine.
you told me not
As
to.
long as we cover all the bases.
Yeah, okay. I don't know how many of you really want. I did want to talk about the assessed value. This is an excerpt from the Municipal Assessment Act, which deals with assessment. I'm particularly interested in section 18 and in section 54, which essentially say that an assessment is fair and reasonable if it's comparable to the other assessed values of other property. And then I've highlighted a number of properties in our area that are on a per square foot basis substantially less than the
Yeah,
property.
but as I said before, Mr.
I
Mayor, I'm
understand
sorry
what
to
you said.
interrupt.
I
yeah.
understand
Okay.
what you
But
said.
that's a
What-
starting point. That's a
That's right.
starting point.
What, because certainly all the properties are supposed to be assessed at fair market value if one were to listen to the city. So I should be able to look at the assessed values of another piece of property and say, well, yeah, that's fair, or hey, I think that's low. I should be able to do that. And that's kind of what I've done with a number of the properties in our area. I would even feel more comfortable if some were low, but we were seeing a move towards getting these properties in line with what might be considered fair market value. If you look at the first one, well, I've shown you a picture of 26 Avonhurst Street. That's our house. It was taken a winter or two ago, but it hasn't changed substantially, at least from the front. The assessment notice on that, which you see attached there, shows the square footage of 3,859 square feet of living area. And it recites most of the other things that are on this list. The next property is one at 27 Harvard. There's a picture of that property as well. That's in our neighborhood. And it's assessed at $151.44 per square foot, which is, give or take, $20 a square foot less than our property. The rate of increase on that property was 4.2. The rate of increase on 26 Avonhurst is 5.09%. I've shown you, there's a picture here of the property at 76 Yale Avenue, which is fairly close to our property. It had a 5.82% increase in assessed value, but again, its value is at $157.50 per square foot. Again, another $20 or so, $15 or so less than the assessed value of our property. Show you the property at 97 Yale Avenue. There's a picture of the property there. It's 90 feet of frontage. It's got a circular driveway in front of it. It's assessed at $139.83 a square foot. It showed this year an increase of 3%, which is the district average. That's $40 a square foot less than the assessed value of our property. Show you the property at 85 Yale Avenue. This year, it had a 1.75% rate of increase. It has an assessed value at $118.26 per square foot, about $50 a square foot less than the property less than 26 Avenue. If we were to take the assessment of the property, the square foot assessment of the property at 27 Harvard, 26 Yale would be assessed at $584,407. If we were to take the assessment, the per square foot assessed value of 76 Yale, 26 Avonhurst would be worth $607,800. If we were to take the property at 9070, 26 Avonhurst would be worth $539,600. And if we were to take the property at 85 Yale, our property at 26 Avonhurst would be worth $456,365, about $200,000 less than the property that we brought, that we're being expected to base our assessment on now. And I don't understand. I pointed these, if you want to call them anomalies, I pointed these anomalies out at 3 meetings I've held with the assessors in our meetings, and nothing happened. So one of them, at 85 Yale, he increased it this year by 1.85%. Like, gee, and it's already paying an assessed value based on $118.26 per square foot. Now, I understand that this board doesn't care about the other comparables, but you know, when you under-assess values, then everybody else is picking up a disproportionately large tax bill that's being sent out by the city of Winnipeg. Like if my property was worth $500,000 and everybody else's property was zero, I'd be picking up all of the city's taxes, all of the city's expenses. Now, That, I'm not suggesting everybody else's property based at zero, we've got a bunch of folks here who agree that they're
What do you
not.
think, what do you think the assessment should be? You're here. This
I think
afternoon.
my assessment, I would be satisfied with $648,000. That's around or a little over 3%. I'm prepared to go along with that. I don't know why I should pay higher than average. There's nothing about my property that's higher than average than anybody else in the district.
So when looking at the city's presentation, okay, and we're more or less after market value. Which one is
Understand.
similar to you,
Yes.
to yours? You know, of the sales that were transacted?
Well, comparable 1 and 2 are, in the range. Because I have, with the reduced square footage, like I was basing the square footage on the 3859 that I
Yeah.
had. That comes up to about $170 a square foot.
To deal with that, you're probably best to contact the assessment department.
Well,
And-
you see,
You know, like, I know you bought, you probably have a, maybe a survey or something like that, or when you bought it, that contained the square footage. So obviously, nothing's been added.
well,
maybe.
yeah, no, we did add,
Okay.
the assessor
Okay.
talked about it. We
Okay.
added it a few years ago, it was an extension out the side of the house.
Okay.
And I don't have that on a survey certificate. The house is larger than when we
Yeah.
bought it.
So
you
would
know.
that account for the difference in regards to the square footage? You're only talking
No,
about.
no,
You're only
that's
talking
larger,
200 square
that's
feet.
larger.
Yeah.
The square
Okay,
footage
so-
initially.
So
was
that
substantially
probably
less.
is in your figure and the city's figure?
No.
No?
That addition was done a number of years ago.
Okay,
That wasn't done recently.
okay.
That might have been the 2005 or something, or I don't know when.
So you would be happy at the 648?
Yeah,
Okay.
I'd be happy, well, as happy as one can be when they're paying taxes, yeah.
Okay. Mr. Renzo, what questions of the applicant?
Hey, just a few questions here. The comparables that you presented, Mr. Wheeler, have any of these been sold, or are they, you just comparing the assessment with the assessment?
I'm comparing the assessment with the assessment and also my knowledge of the properties by having walked by them probably virtually every day. I see them, I know some of the people who live in some of the properties that I've cited. I know they're, at least in one particular case, the folks are very upscale. They would not be living in a pigsty, I can tell you that. They have more money than I have.
And a couple of years, in fact, not a couple of years ago, last year you had an inspection by another assessor in your home.
A fellow came by and took some pictures once, and then another time, another person came and took more pictures.
Was
So I've
it-
had two folks from the assessment branch out in the house taking pictures.
Okay, all right, partial inspection, and
Yeah,
is it possible that at that time they would have at least done the check for whatever size it was and so on, and would have made the difference in the size at that time, do you
well,
think?
I wouldn't have understood why it wouldn't have shown up in the assessment notice that I received. If you were out and you did an inspection, after we made the change, I don't know why the assessment notice wouldn't have reflected that when you assessed me. Like, I'm surprised I would find out about it today, when I walked in the front door here for the first time. Like, I had never heard of this before.
Appreciate that. We had asked a question earlier, and I think, Mr. Chairman, I do have the answer for you, rather than going to the office and find out what it is. During the appointment review earlier this year, and things were updated and they looked at the field form, there was a sketch that was estimated previously. There was an additional area of 192 square feet that was taken off in 2002, and an additional area of 288 square feet that was added afterwards. So that they added 192 square feet was actually added in 2018 and carried forward. So that was when it was inspected and double checked and whatever afterwards, and see that there was, to update the record, the 192 square feet was then added based on the addition.
192
That's the
square
answer
feet.
that I have for
How-
you here.
We've done two little additions to the house, frankly. one recently, my wife wanted a little larger kitchen, she wanted to reconfigure it. So we bumped out a wall 3 feet and it runs 12 feet across. That's 36 square feet, as I did the calculation, 3 times 12. Then, a number of years ago, we did quite a significant addition on the back, back east corner, southeast corner of the house. And that would have been 10 by 20, maybe? How much is that? 200 square feet? Yeah, that could have been the 200 one. But that was done like a decade ago at least. And we've had 3,859 square feet show up for a long time. Are you saying you didn't take it out?
Well, the reality is that there are times that some of these information are updated, as you mentioned, a decade and many years, and that's a possibility. All I'm saying is that when somebody went out in 2009, last year or this year, they updated the record, and I can only tell that I rely on this typically to check it out, and you see that it's a bit different from what we had previously. And then the record was updated based on the inspection. Now, I was not the one to do it, but that's the record now.
Is that it?
I don't think I need to ask any more
Okay. Ms.
questions.
Rempel?
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Ms. Rempel?
Thank you. So may I wonder if we could see the copy of your most recent assessment, which shows.
We can get that.
Oh,
I've
okay,
got-
I just wanted to make sure that, to validate, that it showed that it was the lesser number of square feet, that's
Well,
all.
there's this, this is,
Mr. Whitten, we
It-
have copies, so
Okay.
we'll check that for you.
That's all my
Okay.
questions then,
Okay.
thank you.
Ms. Davidson?
I just have one question. Your ask was for 648,000 for your assessment based essentially on the average increase,
Right.
market increase in the
Yeah.
area. Is this what you think that your house would sell if you were to put it on the market in the reference year of 2016?
You know-
Just like,
I've never really thought about selling the house. We like the house, we like the neighborhood. I don't know that I would. Like I said, I really haven't considered it.
okay. And then maybe just one other question, thank you for that. The report is showing a effective age of 1915.
What does that mean?
It means that your house was built in 1905 and based on maybe putting new roof and whatever things that it's now equivalent to 1915. I'm sure the assessor could explain it better, but have you done, what kind of renovations have you done in your house in recent
Well,
years?
I think we did some roofing work. We built the garage that's there. The folks, before we bought the house, we bought it in '93. We took possession in May of '93, or March, somewhere around there, of '93. And the people who had it before us had put footings underneath the house to sort of stabilize it, which I thought was a pretty good addition, particularly in that neighborhood. And that's not something you see when you just drive by the house. So there's cracks in the house, but it's not as bad as perhaps some properties.
Okay, thank you very much.
I thank you. Summation on either party?
I'm good, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Whitten? All right, so thank you for coming this
Thank you.
afternoon, and results very soon.
Thank you.
So thank you.
Thank you.
937 North Drive.
Right on.
We'll get you sworn in or affirmed, either one.
My wife,
Okay,
Allison,
if she's gonna come back, we'll get her, you can just give it to our secretary and she'll give it out.
sure. Oops,
Is
sorry.
she gonna be given evidence too?
She will be, yeah.
Okay.
She'll be back.
Yeah. You don't have to answer to the rest of the people over here.
Try to be speedy the rest of the way.
You can have that one too. Might as well. Might as well have it. Sure. Thanks, Dave. Okay, we'll have you both sworn in.
Swear
Yep.
on God or you can affirm? Swear. Okay. Please state your name. Allison Byer. You swear that the evidence you're about to present is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Okay. Please state your name.
David Meyer?
You swear that the evidence you're about to present is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You're familiar with the routine, so we'll first hear from the assessor.
Okay, great.
Mr. Rantois?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now, for the subject property at 937 North Drive, the roll number being 030-905-240-00. To describe the property a little bit, for the information we have here, it's a 2.5-story home, a single family. It was actually built in 1927. Now the record does show that must have been, and I emphasize must have been, some significant renovation done to this property for the department to have to change it to as high as 1997 as effective age. It is 1,708 square feet to the full basement, and some development in the basement, and a lot size of 7,389 square feet. Now, the other characteristics, Mr. Chairman, I suspect you would have already gone through those already, and so has I suspect the procurement have done that as well. Now, our records show, because sometimes we tend to look at this here very closely from time to time, and in 2014 the property was actually sold for $495,000. Chances are at that time it may have been renovated prior to them buying it, but that's what it was sold for. Now we have an assessed value in the property by $50,000 less, call it 4 years later, because we are thinking or looking at the April 1st, 2014 assessment year and reference year and date as well. Now, we have 4 comparables here. They are all in the same neighborhood characteristic area. What I'm noticing here is that the other comparables, they are, instead of 2.5-story homes, they are 2-story homes, a little bit different. I'm noticing too that 3 of the comparables would have, whenever they were built the actual years, they are different substantially in the first 2 from the years they were built. So they too would have had a significant amount of renovation done to these properties, with the exception of comparable number 3, which is actually built brand new 2010 and it is now still 2010. That comparables, you may note, doesn't have a basement finish. Now, let's look at the lot size, and you see they are sort of highly similar. They actually legally permissible to build houses of plus or minus 17 or 1800 square feet. So all the comparables, they sort of have a little variation in the size, but that's where we do our reconciliation to determine values, and this is also why the comparables will be a bit different and they're not going to be all the same values. Certainly they weren't all sold at the same time. These comparables are actually sold between 2016 and 2017. So now, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to go directly to the time-adjusted sale price. And I see that comparable number 1 is $505,000 for an effective age on that comparable that is highly similar to that of the subject property, and it's $50,000, actually $60,000 higher. Then there is comparable number 2 at $474,000. So let's see what similarity there would be in that comparable. We see that the size of it is slightly larger, and it's got a size of the lot that is highly similar. So I don't see a difference in value between a smaller lot and the subject property. And it is $474,000. We go on to number 3. Although it's a brand new property, it's there. So we're going to go through that very quickly and see it's $575,000. And we put a less weight on that one. Then we look at comparable number 4, effective age of 1964, and the size of the house that is highly similar, virtually the same almost, just a few square feet larger than that of the subject property at $417,000. Now, the big difference is that it's only a matter of a 2.5-story home, but there's still you still have an upper floor on these. At $445,000, Mr. Chairman, I see where I have no room to make any recommendation for lower value. And that's my presentation, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
I thank you, sir. Questions of the assessor? Just what you've heard?
I guess just any light you could shed on how the effective age is calculated, is that?
Well, in simple terms, that if you have your house that you've never done anything to the house whatsoever, it wouldn't even take 100 years. The property was built in 1927. It wouldn't be 100 years before it fall down. In fact, it probably fall down by age 60. By the time it reaches 660, lots of things can go wrong with it. Imagine you have flooring, for example, if you never change the flooring or you change the roof. But these are maintenance. But when we talk about effective age, we typically think about the kind of improvements that we do to the property, and such as was the kitchen renovated, or was the bathroom renovated. The chances that they were, more than likely, we have some notes here that I can maybe try to find out, but more than likely these are what it is to extend basically the life of the property. So in other words, a property that is 1994 as effective ages would last longer now than if the house remained at 1997 and did very little work. So basically, in simple terms, we extend the life of the property.
And given how important age is in a home and its value, could the fact that you have a compare that's from 2010, and our house was in fact built in 1927, and that's the age of the foundation and the walls and some of the plaster even in the house, can you honestly consider comp number 3 a comp? Should it even be on this page?
I mentioned that it's there because A, the location, B, the size of the home, and based on the effective age versus that, and I've also mentioned that we're putting very little weight on that.
Okay.
So I mentioned that to the panel already. So whatever it is, and they're going to be the one to make the decision. I've asked that they put less weight on that property and they put the weight on the other properties that are there. It's there to support the value of the property that is considerably higher than yours, right? And that's what the difference is when we look at it. I want to suggest to you here, and I don't get to say this too often, appraisal is an art, it's not a science. I think 2 plus 2 minus 2 is always 2. But when we look at this here and recognize that there are going to be differences, you have subjective value, you have values in use, you have value for one person that may be different from another, and all sorts of reasons. It's always going to be, you have to look at a reconciliation process, and that's why it's termed as an art and not a science.
No, I agree. That's why we're here, right?
Thanks.
Anything? No? Okay, thank you. Ms. Rempel?
Yes, I'm wondering which comparison you would consider to be the most suitable comparison to the subject property.
Well, Ms. Rampel, you actually asked me not to go and look at it to make a determination. Let's see, I would look at this here, and because they're also highly similar, because of the fact, and I'm answering the question, because of the fact that we're looking at $445,000, do I think, if I look at this piece of paper, do I think that this property is under-assessed? I'd like to think that it is, and to ask me why, right now I don't think I can answer that question. So therefore, when I look at the $445,000 as assessed value based on a selling price 4 years ago to $495, when I look at the least, well, you have the one that is the least comparable at $417,000. Let's talk about it for a while. what's the difference between comparable number 4 and the subject property? First of all, it doesn't have quite the effective age, and well, most importantly, the effective age. So in other words, not just the assumption, because this is what would have happened here, that there would not likely going to be nearly as much work done into comparable number 4 as with the subject property based on what I'm seeing here. Keep in mind, I didn't see this property, but I'm able to analyze it as it is. Now let's take the other comparable
But-
that is,
Comparison number 4 is the only other comparison that has a full basement that is finished, correct?
well, the subject property has a fully finished beyond, I wouldn't say fully finished, it has a basement finish. You see, this is always, that basement finish is always binary, it's either yes or no. Until we go in and start looking in each of the property to determine how big it is, I really don't know that. I don't have that answer as to how many square feet finished in each of these, but what I do know is that the subject property is about, on record, has about 541 square feet. When I know that, I would say that if it has about 541, given it's a 2.5-story home, then it's probably half or 60% of that, of the basement finish. I think that is where I ended my search, because I know the other properties are not going to be any bigger than this here, and that was enough for me to move on and to know that it is here. But again, to further answer your question, let's say that comparable number 2, which is the next property that is closer in value, and let's compare it. It is about a couple of 100 square feet larger, a little bit in effective age it's actually lower. And then at 474 is still higher. So when we do the reconciliation here, we see, well, okay, let's take $30,000 here and find out where can we put it. Where do we put $30,000 more on comparable number 2 over that of the subject property? You can put it anywhere. Again, based on the analysis, and I look at the effective age and other characteristics, I see again where the subject property at 445, at least it's fair. If it's not, and I maybe should be very careful in this, if it's not undervalued, it's certainly fair value.
Okay, that's all my questions.
Thank you. Ms. Davidson?
Yes, I have a couple of questions. So this is a 2.5-story house, all the others are 2 stories, which
Mhm.
means even though it's a similar square footage, it's situated different on 3 floors, so obviously you don't have as big a living room, you don't have as big a kitchen, things like that. And, you know, are they all in the same condition within? Like, have these been taken into account in terms of the valuation of this property?
The one thing that I did do when I was looking at property to check the quality of the house on record and the condition of the inside and the outside, and we have that at average. And that's that much I know. The other thing I noticed
What
here,
about, sorry, you said it's average, so the 4 comparables that have been selected, are they average finishes, et cetera, as well?
typically from my experience, they're going to be average condition, and
But
if
on
you are,
record, are they
yes,
average?
typically, yes. they're
So
gonna
on
be-
your records, they're average as well?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, and you were saying, I interrupted you.
Oh, I was also saying that, yeah, what crossed my mind here is when people start thinking about a 2.5-story home, one of the things here, especially in summer, if you didn't have your conditioning, the 3rd story is going to be really hot. And I did notice that it has central air, so that's sort of take care for if any inconvenience, if at all, but it's not. And if the property is done and based on the records and so on that we have, and I do happen to have, by the way, multiple listing on the property, which I didn't even read yet, by the way, you know. This is going to be very candid if I was to start reading it and tell you about it. So I like to feel that based on the information when I'm doing the comparables, and I like to feel that $445,000 is more than fair.
But a 2.5-story house, do you feel that it is as desirable as a 2-story, or in particular a bungalow? Because they may have dealt with the air conditioning issue, but they certainly can't deal with the steps issue.
That's a very good question. Is it desirable?
As
that-
desirable, I mean, it's
Yeah,
desirable.
that's very subjective as well. Now, I certainly would not compare a 2-story home or a 2.5-story home with a 1-story home. I wouldn't do that. And if I did, then I'd be apologizing all the time here and say I didn't do my work. And once I saw the value and I saw the 2-story home there, a few things would come to my mind. for me now to start looking for the two-story homes, which I'm 2.5-story home, which I'm sure are probably there or elsewhere to find it, I would be able to compare those only. But when we're looking at the properties in the same area that you have a two-story home, that already started telling me that based on that, and what the house would likely offer, with a one-story home that would be smaller, perhaps second story may be smaller than some of these, and the other story would actually contribute to the 1,788 square feet. It's how it contributes to value and how it's being done. And if it's a 2.5-story that is finished, well, then it's still making up for that. Besides, I don't know exactly how big is that upper floor. That upper floor could be small. We don't know that. We might be able to find out at the end of this or during the presentation and the evidence presented by the appellant.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Ramsawat, I noticed the effective age increased from, 1927 and it's up to 97, so obviously there's some renovations that took place. And was there building permits taken out or anything like that, or do you know anything about that? I know the applicants can probably fill us in, but
I didn't go so far as to look whether or not there was a permit done. The only permit that I know of, Mr. Chairman, was in 2014 for a double garage. Now, what I don't know is whether or not the appellant would have built the garage, or it was built just before they bought it. That I don't know, but that's the only permit that I happen to have.
okay, I thank you. Mr. and Mrs. Byer, your presentation.
Thank you. So I won't start with our argument yet. I'll just speak to the comps because we didn't really see those. Just to clarify on the 2.5-story versus 2-story, we would argue that it is a substantial negative for our house because the square footage is divided amongst 3 floors instead of 2 floors, making our basement substantially smaller. So it is partially finished, but I'd say we probably have about 300 square feet of living space down there versus a 2-story split over. The basement would be substantially larger, and our main floor living space is also substantially smaller. It's 1 small living room, 1 small dining room, and a small kitchen. And our master bedroom is up on the top floor, and although there is air conditioning, it does not work significantly to cool our upstairs floor. And I would say our house isn't marketable to anybody but probably a young family. I don't think anybody who is getting on in years would consider climbing up the stairs to their master bedroom upstairs. And then as far as I spoke to Comp 3 already, I would argue that we can't even consider that a 2010 house. It's essentially a new house, infill house in an old neighborhood would be extremely desirable versus a house that was built in 1927. So I would argue that we can't even consider that comp. And then in regards to Comp 1, I would say, like, there's the effective age is one thing, but the fact of the matter is on a listing, the actual age of the house is all anybody looks at. When you're looking at buying a house, you don't see this effective age number. So I would argue a house built in 1954 would be different materials built with, higher quality, just probably more solid and straight. Comp number 2, honestly, I don't know about the condition of it, but I think the price per square foot is pretty close to what we're asking for, quite frankly. So it's higher than what our current assessed value is. So I'm comfortable with that one. And similar to the Comp 4, again, it was built, it's newer, built in 1943. Probably a much larger full basement, probably a lot more space down there, larger main floor than ours.
Ms. Byers, you have to deal with your information, okay?
First,
You
okay.
had the opportunity to.
Oh, sorry. Oh, I didn't know, I thought there was
yeah.
questions for him, okay.
Okay, no,
Thanks.
your presentation.
Sure, so 937 North Drive, the assessed value is currently 445. He went through the square footage. We're requesting an assessed value closer to 220 per square foot, which would amount to approximately 393,000 as the assessed value, for 3 reasons generally. The historical increases over the last 5 years, the comparable houses in the neighborhood, which I'll go through, and then the issues affecting the value of our home in particular. So in regards to the increases over the last 5 years, just a little background, the house was listed for sale in its unrenovated state in October 2013 for $224,900. That wasn't when we purchased it, so I don't know what it actually sold for. Notably on that listing, the foundation walls were viewable. The listing says it has the same furnaces today, same appliances, windows, exterior finishes, and air conditioning. Then it was substantially, I guess a flipper purchased it then. It was substantially renovated when we bought it in September of 2014 with an assessed value of $225,000, obviously not reflecting the renovations at that time. We received notice that in February of 2016, the assessed value was corrected from that $225,000 to $365,000, which is approximately a 62% increase, assumedly to reflect all the renovations that were completed before we bought it. We think that's fair and reasonable. Since then, we've not performed any substantial renovations or improvements, and the new assessed value of $445,000 is a 22% increase from just the 2 years prior. If anything, our house, we would argue, has decreased in value since 2014, given we've moved in when it was all brand new finishes and the basement walls were all covered. We have 2 kids under the age of 4 and a large dog, so it's only getting destroyed. And we have discovered substantial foundation issues that I'll speak to further. I guess we'll just talk about the comparable homes recently sold. We bought a few comps that we thought were similar, which I've provided in the package. So the first things in the package are just the information about our assessments. And then the first comp that we have is our next door neighbor. It is 933 North Drive. It sold for $320,000 in 2018, and the square footage is 1584, so substantially smaller, but that means a price per square foot of $202. It's right next door. Their house was also flipped. It underwent extensive renovations, same lot size and same age of house. So if you're talking about actual age, I'm sure their effective age would also be substantially higher, but that's an actual age of ours. And again, it's a 2-story, so the square footage issues that I was speaking to earlier, they would probably have a lot more living space on their main floor. Then the next comp on the other side of the page is 841 Somerset Avenue, very close by. It sold for $422,000. And it's 2,040 square foot, so substantially larger, which works out to a price per square foot of $207. Fully finished basement. We think it's probably the closest comparable. Exact same lot size, exact same age. 5 bedrooms, 2 full baths, and like I say, 200 square feet larger, and it's a 2-story, so again, larger living room and basement likely. And then our third comp is 948 North Drive, which is just across the street from us and a bit down. It's sold for $315,000. It's 1,478 square feet, so probably approximately the same main floor living space as us, and its price per square foot was $213. Similar lot size. I think ours is a 70-foot frontage. This is 60. It's a 2-story, similar age, 4 bedrooms, 1.5 baths. And then I have 2 comps that I pulled from, I didn't find in the current sales book, I guess the 2018 one, I didn't find any that were substantial comps, so I have a couple from 2016. I don't know if I should even go through them, but they were both substantially lower per square footage even in 2016, so even if you added, 10% to those, we wouldn't be where we're at. Of note, the 941 North Drive is right next door, substantially larger, extensively renovated. They've got a new deck, outdoor stone fireplace, finished large basement, larger lot than us, oversized double garage, AC, and it was built in 1944 is the actual age. Then I went through a little portion about assessed value of our neighbors, which I will just very quickly speak to. Basically to say that this is literally all our neighbors next door to us and across the street. And there's not a single one there that's over 200 per square foot. And they're all nice, large 2-story homes that are well cared for and well maintained in our neighborhood. But I won't dwell on that. And then just moving on to our particular house, I wanted to address some issues that we think affect the sales price. So admittedly, you have what we purchased our house for, and I'm here to say today that we think we made a massive mistake, and I don't think we should have to pay for it twice. Firstly, we really wanted to be in the neighborhood for starters. He works at SJR. We really wanted to find a house, and the 2.5 story is okay for us. So we knew that we were overpaying at the time. I've touched on the deceiving square footage. There's no underground drainage in our yard, no ditch on our side, so in the spring it leads to a lot of flooding in our yard and standing water, and during periods of heavy rain, and I've attached just a few pictures of what it looks like every spring. There's just water everywhere. Our walkway, you can't really pass by it. There's very few streetlights on the street. It's a very poorly maintained gravel back lane. I've got a picture of that. The picture of the back lane is right after it's been graded. It's like a muddy ditch, and that's at the best of times. There's no sidewalks on our side of the street. There's an abandoned house right across the street from us, and it's been abandoned for at least 2 years, and you can see there's a picture of it with a demolition sign on it that's been on there for a year. So I don't think that does very much for property value when you have a abandoned house across the street. And it is a 1927 build, and although the house was significantly updated in 2014, we would argue that it's pretty much builder grade finishes. The foundation walls, etc., are all still over 90 years old as far as we know. The second floor is largely still plaster walls with cracking along the ceiling. I've included a picture of the cracking in my son's room, so you can see this is the roof. It runs along the roof, which apparently is worse than just normal cracking in your walls. But so it reflects the fact that the actual age, the 1927 age, I would argue, not an adjusted age. And then getting on to the worst problem is the foundation issues. So we were getting water in since we bought the house. So we removed some drywall in the basement, and there's a massive lateral crack along the basement wall, which you can see in the pictures, which we know greatly reduces property value, because nowadays you fill out a seller's disclosure statement, which obviously wasn't in ours because the builder argued that he only owned the house for a year, so he didn't know. But we would have to say in that seller's disclosure statement that we got water in our basement, that we've seen this crack. We can't pretend like we haven't seen it now. And then also the next piece of evidence is a quote for our entryway is kind of off to the side of our house and it's sinking. So we've had a couple contractors out to tell us what to do about that, because it gets very drafty and shifty throughout the year, and they're saying about almost 17,000 to put, I guess, tower posts to make it not sink anymore. So that's a quote, we got that September 3rd, 2019. So in summary, I guess that's probably, yeah.
Nope.
Yeah. In summary, the comps show an average about 205 per square foot that we were looking at, and our neighbors' assessed value are all well below 200 per square foot. Our current assessment sits at 250 per square foot, which is totally unreasonable for the neighborhood, especially when you take into account the serious foundation issues that would affect the value of our house if on the market today. Reflecting the updated interior of our home, we believe our house could mostly reasonably be sold for $220 per square foot, notwithstanding the repairs that are necessary. Therefore, our house should be valued at about $393,000 at most.
And that's your presentation?
Yes, subject to
I
any
thank you
questions.
very kindly. Mr. Ramsey, what questions of the applicants?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. You bought the home in 2014, did you?
Yes,
And you paid $495,000, did you?
yes, we did.
Okay. And when you looked at your home, and did you look at our other comparables, or is that the one home that you just saw and you bought the one home?
Yeah, that's part of the problem. There aren't many comparables where homes have been extensively renovated in the area that are 2.5 stories. Just those comparables just don't exist in the area.
Our
So,
agent basically told us that if we were looking for this amount of square footage in this neighborhood with a new house, there isn't comps. So I'm assuming we looked at 2 or 3, but not,
So it was extensively renovated.
yeah.
Okay. And did you look at other homes that wasn't extensively renovated? Did you look at other homes that were not renovated at all?
No.
No.
You didn't, okay, all right. So you would think that if you looked at some of the homes that weren't renovated, they would be far lower in value than yours.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, I think that is the case because of lower value, regardless of the square footage, price per square foot would also be considerably different from yours. Do you agree?
Yes.
Okay, all right. I'm gonna read out some of the information you have from the multiple listing. You tell me if you're wrong. Okay, it says here, you have extraordinary home results in extraordinary renovation. Is that right or wrong?
I'm not gonna, it's what an agent's writing to sell a house to us, and they got us, so I'm not gonna comment on whether, like, did we love the home when we saw it? Of course we did, but that was before we discovered all
So
the
you
issues
disagree,
with
you
it.
say that the house was not renovated.
No,
No,
It was
she's
renovated.
not
Yeah,
saying.
I've said it's,
No,
it
no,
was
saying
very
no,
nicely
no.
renovated,
Okay,
admittedly,
well, that's
like,
fine, so I'm reading this here.
yeah.
Luxurious ensuite bath, is that true or false?
There is an ensuite bath,
Yes,
yes.
with like white porcelain tiles, so it's not covered in marble or anything like
We
that.
can move on. Gorgeous, bright and open kitchen and
Oh, yeah.
main floor. Remodeled basement, is that right or wrong?
Yes.
Yes, that's right.
That's correct. Okay. Top to bottom renovation, it was completely renovated, top to bottom?
Yeah.
Or just renovated? All right. Mechanical functions and the home finished with proper, okay. Forget that part of it here. New plumbing and electrical work permits were
Well,
taken
what
out.
was that
Right
part
or
of
wrong?
it? You
Mr.
can put it into
Ramsawat, I'm
evidence.
going to interrupt here, and basically because of the time, et cetera, and
Okay.
everybody's okay, I think we can sort of conclude that the house was extensively
Absolutely.
renovated, and
And we loved it.
and you liked it.
Yes.
Okay,
It
so
was beautiful and absolutely.
I
That's
would
fine.
normally let you proceed, but because of the time element, okay?
Not to worry, not to worry.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, that's all the
Okay.
question I have.
I thank you. Ms. Rempel?
I'm just wondering who the realtor was that provided you these quotes of 933 North Drive, which you said was sold in
Yeah.
2018, and,
His name is Kevin Moyce.
okay.
We just kind of compiled them. I don't know if it came with an email
Yeah,
and
some-
stuff, but yeah. He gave us printouts for 2018,
Okay.
2019.
You know we can't consider the values in 2019. We can only consider
Okay.
sales up to April, the end of April
Okay,
18.
fair. If anything,
Okay.
I thought that newer would be more,
Yeah.
but yeah, fair.
When were the pictures taken that you have provided
So,
us?
some of them are kind of just random that I found on my phone. Honestly, the demolished house was this spring. Maybe I'll start from the beginning of the pictures.
This is your home?
Yeah, that's
Correct,
our
yeah.
home. So that was this spring. The flooding was this spring. The back lane looks like this summer. It was fairly
Yeah.
recent, yeah. This crack I took last week in preparation for this hearing.
Okay.
Yeah, the demolished house was this spring. It's still sitting there with that sign on it. Yet to be demolished. The cracks, when did we uncover those? 2000?
I don't think I have a picture of the
Cracking.
house
Crack
to be
is there.
demolished.
Yeah, there.
You can have this one.
There was a sign on the
It's-
house
Oh,
across the street.
sorry.
Right there,
Just
right,
right there.
right back there.
Oh, I see, okay.
Yeah, that's the-
I was looking at the road.
I
Okay. All right, thank you, that's all my questions.
Thank you, Ms. Davidson.
Just one quick question.
Yep.
It's following, the presentation raised the fact that there's structural issues on this house, the foundation issues, and they've brought a quote for correction of that. Can I just ask the assessor whether that has been accounted for in the assessment?
My question then, for clarification, you have a quote of how long ago is that quote? And that's
September.
If
September.
your quote, and you have no information on that,
So the foundation issues haven't been incorporated into the assessed
I
value?
can't verify that. I cannot verify that, I do not know that. I don't have the answer to that question.
Okay, do we know if comp 1, 2, 3, and 4 have similar structural issues in their homes to make them comparable?
When we look at these things here, we consider these properties as being average and the comparables that I have here. Let me look at it again. These compounds are all deemed to be in average condition in the subject property, and then we look at what we have here. All I can say to you is that I don't have an answer to that question.
Okay, thank you. Yes, thank you.
Okay. I guess, the assessment increased 22%, okay, $80,000, okay, from last time. At the time of purchase in 14, what was the list price? Do you remember?
I think it was like $499.
Mm-hmm.
It was under 5.
Okay, so it was under, you never got into a bidding war or anything like
No,
that?
we were the only offer.
Okay.
We, on the garage issue, there was no garage when it was listed. We wrote the garage into the offer. So what we essentially did was like underbid, but we thought a garage would be worth like what, 20, 30 grand, and we didn't wanna build it, so we wrote the $495 with the garage, which,
So there was a brand new garage in the offer?
yes,
Okay, that in, at the purchase price of,
$490.
$495.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what was the garage worth? Did you, double detached or
Yes.
Double detached,
Double
normal
detached.
size,
do you
like
put a
22.
value on that?
25,000 roughly.
25?
If you were to get a.
Okay. Including pad and everything?
Exactly.
Okay. So, yeah, I liked your presentation in regards to square footage, very good. But you're seeking 393,000, okay? But you figured that you overpaid in 14?
Yeah, like knowing with the foundation issues, I think
Yeah.
otherwise we probably overpaid a bit. We were young and naive and wanted that neighborhood, and as you
But-
say, there was no other
Okay.
offers.
So, but your cost to cure, is only around 17,000, right?
To be clear,
Yeah.
sorry, that's the cost, like the entryway that we walk into, it doesn't
Okay.
have a basement underneath it, so that's the cost to put piles. The
Okay.
cost as far as the foundation issues, and it's not only just the cost, like we're looking at actual market value, right? So if we put this house on the market today with that in the condition, or in 2016 when we had uncovered these issues, if we put it on, or sorry, 2018.
At the time of purchase, did you have an appraisal done, or, and did they reflect anything at the time, or?
Well, they can't open the walls, right? And we had a
No.
seller disclosure statement that
Okay,
said no issues, which
Okay.
was, and we got water in the first year, so.
I thank you. Summation, either party?
No, in the interest of time, Mr. Chairman, you got all the information here. I asked that you confirm that value, because I think it's clear if not on the value. Thank you.
Final word?
No, I think you have everything. Thank
Okay.
you.
I thank you for coming.
Thank
this
you for your
afternoon.
time.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
And, results very soon.
Sounds good.
Did you want? Wait, Okay. Okay. You're okay? So let's do one more. Okay. So Katie, we'll do one more and then you can go out there, okay?
Oh, okay.
Okay,
I
Okay.
can just get Dorothy to sign,
okay,
send in a couple.
yes. Okay. We'll go to Riverside Drive.
Thanks.
Thank you.
So you may come forward. And if anybody has to move their car or anything like that.
I paid $20 to park in
Oh,
some god-awful parking
okay.
lots.
Okay.
I have a quick question. How long will the break be after this?
You know something, we're just going to take maybe a 5-minute break after that, okay? And what we'll do is we'll bring in more people, okay? So, you
I
know,
paid for parking up until about 2:45, so I'd have to go and move.
Okay.
It's a 2-hour limit, so I'd have to go
Yeah.
and move.
okay,
Yeah, you can do that at any time.
Okay.
yeah. Okay, so we'll go to 14 Riverside Drive. We'll ask you to swear in the applicant.
So you can swear on the Bible, which is like, or you can just okay. So, please say your name.
Mary Supidar?
Do you affirm that the evidence you're about to present is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
All right. Mr. Ramsawat, number 14 Riverside Drive. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Presentation here, Mr. Chairman, will be very quick. On number 14 Riverside Drive with roll number 030-908-96000. One-story home built in 1949 with surface foundation 1,630 square feet. We have a multiple listing and a sale of the property, post-reference sale, $275,000. We have an assessment that is considerably higher than that, based on the comparables. It is a river property, and the one river lot that I have here is highly similar in size of the lot. The property was built around the same time, has full basement at $347,000. The other properties that for comparables, none of them are on a river, so the big difference here is a river lot, which means that location-wise, there's going to be a difference in value. Because of the fact it's a post-reference sale, Mr. Chairman, at $275,000, and the other thing I'd like to add is I did try to have a conversation with the appellant. Unfortunately, it didn't last for very long because I had to attend a meeting. I was almost in a meeting actually at that time when we talked about the price that is paid for and what use is going to be and what condition it is. The multiple listing, Mr. Chairman, which is probably going to be an evidence that the parent may show you, would show that there is not much of the house and most people would like this to be a tear down. In which case we'll have an additional value for a tear down, which is plus or minus $8,000 to $10,000, so 1,600 square feet, probably more closer to $10,000. So if someone is looking for a value of a land, let's say, as I suspect you might do that from evidence, then you're looking at a little bit over the assessed the sale price, possibly. But again, it's post-reference. I don't necessarily want to emphasize that, but I'm seeing that if we're looking at 300 and between 375 to plus or minus $300,000, when other properties are selling for that, is only a question of the condition. Now, the information we have from the real estate listing suggests that there's not much in the home and that somebody can buy it and to rebuild, and that's my evidence, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
I thank you. Questions of the assessor?
Is there any reason why you didn't, you're using comparables that are not on the river? Because there are other comparables on that same street that we could use.
You know, if I didn't use it, it's because I couldn't find the properties that is similar to yours, that would be a one-story home, and that would have the age like yours, and perhaps a condition like yours. Or I didn't go elsewhere to look at that either. I rely on the multiple listing somewhat as evidence for condition, not necessarily for sale price because it's a post-reference sale. I rely on the property as a property that would require a lot of work. If I find properties that doesn't have the kind of work that is required or needed, then I wouldn't use it, whether it be on the river or otherwise, you know. These are what I found, and there's the one that I see right there. The reality is that there are only going to be few sales that would be similar to yours at any one time.
No question, no more questions.
I thank you. Mr. Rempel?
Yes, could you please explain to me the difference between a surface foundation and a full basement?
A surface foundation basically is slab. Consider you have a garage, and the garage you have a concrete there, and you have a surrounding and inside, of course, With the house, of course, would be the same thing, would be a slab basically. And, you know, that would be what you can help with the house for flooring and various numbers of things. And of course, under that would have your
A crawl
plumbing,
space,
plumbing and, no crawl space.
so no basement.
No basement.
And the others all have full basements.
Yours
Your
have full
comparisons.
basement. Yeah,
And they all have finished full basements.
yes.
And they all have air conditioning,
Yes.
whereas this house does not have air conditioning. But there is, your comparison one is on the river, correct?
Right.
Okay, those are all my questions, thank you.
I thank you. Ms. Davidson?
Quick question, what is the interior and exterior, you know, the condition on record for the subject and for the comps?
Actually, I didn't take the, I didn't analyze it fully, let's put it that way, to
That's
find out
okay,
what
I'm
the
just wondering
interior
what
and
is
exterior condition.
reported as.
And when I don't do that and I look at what this is, I would, my guess would be average condition, because typically that's what they are, right?
The subject is average?
Typically that's what it would be when we look at this property, and I can tell from experience, so more than likely it's going to be average.
So that would be what's on the records with the city?
Yes,
Okay, and what about the comps?
average.
So even though one is on a slab foundation, slab on grade, and the others are actual basements, they're still considered, both are considered average?
Well, it has to be average for the condition of the property, so if we're comparing this property that has another slab basement, then it to be average condition, right?
Okay. And even though it's 1949
We're not-
versus 1957 for
Well,
comp one?
that's marginal, between 1947 and 1949 and 1957 is marginal in this case. right?
Okay, thank you.
I thank you. Mr. Renz, what, no other comparables without basements, like slab construction?
Well, if I did, Mr. Chairman, I don't know that I would find something that has a, would be on the river to begin
Yeah.
with. There are very few properties you would find, if at all, on the river that has a slab foundation.
Okay.
You know, I'm not emphasizing it, but I know the property was sold recently, and there was not much more to do, and I even tried to reach out to the appellant, and there was, obviously, when I called back again for her to call me back, there was no response, so it is what it is, I'm here.
Yeah. So I see your comparable number one is right next door.
Yeah.
Yeah, one is next door, right? And because it's next door, it's just a matter of making that adjustment and ignore all the rest of it.
All right.
Simple as that.
I thank you. Your presentation? Do you have a handout for us or
I
anything,
do,
or
yeah.
verbal, or?
I've got
Okay,
handouts.
good. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's
Thank you.
Thanks, Katie. Thank you. All right, take us through your property.
Okay, first of all, I would have liked, the assessor to come to the property to clear up some of the issues of what is average and what is below average and what's above average, but, he wasn't. He called me on Thursday and they had to go to a meeting, so that didn't happen. So, 14 Riverside Drive, it's a slab on grade, so it's concrete foundation on soil. The house, and you have the listing and the sale document in front of you on page 1. It was listed for $320, it sold for $275. I bought it for $275 after it was on the market for some months. There were no other offers on the house. No access was given to the house. I had to buy it sight unseen. The realtors would not allow access to the house because of the liability. The house was used as a drug trafficking house. And so you can imagine what the inside of the house was. The broken glass, feces, needles, everything. The walls are significantly broken on the inside, and there are photographs here in my evidence. But yeah, I was not allowed to gain admittance into the house. So I was forced to buy it just from looking at it on the outside, and no one else was able to access the house either. And I suspect that that's why no one put any offering on it.
Who owned the property at the time?
An elderly lady had
Okay.
bought it, probably 8-10 years prior, and she handed it down to her son. She
And the
handed it down to her son.
Son sold it?
No, the daughter took, what do you call it, power of attorney?
Yep.
And kicked the son out, and then the daughter put it up for sale. So it was a very difficult house to sell. So the condition is well below average for this house. If you just look at the construction of it, it's flat on grade, it's 1 story. It had been added to several times, and it probably has a slope from one end to the other of between 8 inches to a foot. Significant holes in the walls. I did so I paid $275 for it without looking at the inside. I saw the outside and I thought, well, okay, maybe I can do something on the inside. When I looked inside, and you can see the pictures, pages 6 to 9, or 5 to 9. This is not fixable. So I called the demolition company, and they told me it would be approximately $15,000 to $20,000 to take it down, but I needed to do an asbestos study first. So I did an asbestos study, and that's on the last page of your evidence there. And the house is full of asbestos. So all the drywall has to be removed. The kitchen linoleum has to be removed. The stucco has to be removed, and there's stucco on the inside of the house as well as the outside of the house. So the asbestos abatement doubles the cost of demolition, and I did not know that because I didn't see the inside of the house.
Do you have a cost in regards to the removal?
I don't, but
No.
verbal, the guy said between 50 and 20,000 is what he would guess.
How much?
15 to 20,000 for the asbestos abatement, which roughly coincides with what Emery Demolition told me to take the building down was 15,000, and the asbestos abatement doubles that. So, I would have liked for the assessor to come and look at it, but you see the pictures.
What's going on with the house right now?
It's
Are you
hor-
living there?
it's- No.
That's it.
No one lives there,
Okay.
and there have been people coming and trying to break into the house continually, for about a few months after I purchased the house. So I cleaned up the yard, boarded up the windows, put a padlock on the front door, bought insurance, and it's vacant until such time as I can take it down. The city won't let me take it down, I've asked them. They won't let me take it down until I have a building permit. I can't get a building permit until I get rid of this asbestos. I can't do demolition until I get rid of this asbestos. So it's,
So is that the pecking order? You have to get rid of the asbestos
well, actually,
first, or can you just knock it down?
no, I cannot.
Okay.
I have to,
Asbestos?
yeah, and
Okay.
and before I get rid of the asbestos,
Okay.
I have to empty the house, because the asbestos companies will not deal with the asbestos with all this junk in the house, and it's full, you can see. So I have to rip out the cabinets, I have to empty the house,
Okay.
then I have to do the abatement, so that's.
So what do you think the value should be?
I think the value should be what I paid minus the cost for the abatement and the demolition, because I bought it for lot value, and right now it's worth, like, it would be higher valued if the house wasn't there, is really what I'm saying. And it is a liability for me because people are breaking into the house, because they still think that it's a drug house. I have some comps here.
So give us the figure then that you're after. You know, you paid $275 post-reference, but, you know,
$245 that I'm looking at.
and is that your presentation?
I have some comps. I'll just,
I don't think you really have to
okay, sure.
provide that, because I think
Okay, but
it's,
just for your information,
Yep.
the comps that I put, I gave to you, they're slab houses. So
Okay.
like
Well, take us through it then, or,
I won't, I'll
Do-
just tell you
Okay,
what they are.
just-
They're
yeah.
slab on grade houses,
Yeah.
which this one is.
what page or whereabouts is it?
Okay, if you just look at page 9, I think I've got a map that sort
Okay.
of summarizes them all,
Yes.
okay?
Okay,
That little map there shows my property 14. And I don't know if I did this correctly, but I took the,
are
the
these
square
sales
footage of the
or
house.
assessments?
These are the current assessments.
Okay.
That doesn't,
We're
all right,
at-
okay.
We're after market value. I
Okay,
mean, these could be an appeal, so
I
we,
see.
okay.
Okay, pardon
But I
my
think-
ignorance.
But I think
But-
your
but there
point
are-
is well made.
Okay. Good, nice and short.
All right. Mr. Renzo, what questions of the applicant?
No question, just a comment, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
I know that you would prefer not to have a comment, because I wouldn't have any more to say afterwards. Certainly, from the listing here, it shows one picture, we couldn't know anything about it. We have our record average, I would not agree with that condition, certainly, this is far below average condition in the house. I don't have anything else to say, I wouldn't have any question to ask either.
I thank you. Ms. Rempel, questions of the applicant?
No, I don't think I have any questions, although
Ms.
I do think it's, when I was reading the police report saying
Okay.
there were drugs stolen
Yeah.
from another residence, I thought that was interesting.
Okay. Ms. Davidson, questions?
I have no questions, I'm just
Okay.
glad to see you're cleaning it up and doing something nice in the
Do
neighborhood.
you want to
Absolutely.
add anything?
No,
No?
thank you.
Okay, I thank you for coming this afternoon and results very soon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're just going to take about a 2-minute, 3-minute break. We'll call the meeting back to order, and we're going to go to 1042 Garwood Avenue. So we'll first hear from we'll get you sworn in.
Yeah.
Okay.
Swear or affirm? Okay. So please state your name. Do you affirm that the evidence you represent is the truth and whole truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Ramsawat, whenever you're ready, you can take us through this property.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wouldn't have known that I spoke with you yesterday after the opening this morning. Was it yesterday or the day before?
I think it was late last week.
Oh, last week or the day before? Thank you. Okay, let me just get this thing on here. Alright, here we go, we got that. Okay, Mr. Chairman, in respect to the subject property at 1042 Garwood Avenue, roll number 12020941000. Little about the subject property. Garwood is a one-story single-family home built in 1966, and full basement with some development in the basement. A comparable size of lot of those of the other properties, and it's $342,000 assessed value. Just for the record, Mr. Chairman, I had a conversation with the tenant, and I did offer him $300,000 as what I thought would be a fair estimate at this point in time, considering it is a post-reference sale. However, he did not accept that, and here we are. The four comparables that we have here, they're all in the same neighborhood characteristic area. Each of these comparables is a one-story, and they're all single-family homes. They were built around the same time, the comparable that is, and the subject property being a little older than that of the comparables. The comparables are also that I have here, only one of them has a highly similar size, and that is 1364 Dudley. Or 20 square feet difference in size, larger actually, is the comparable. Each of these comparables, they have some finishing in the basement. Now let's look then at the time adjusted sale price for this property, so what are we looking at? $296,000 for compartment number 1, $307,000 for compartment number 2, compartment number 3, $314,000 for compartment number 4 is $310,000. I also want to mention, Mr. Chairman, that at first the other properties that were selected here randomly based on average condition and size were a touch higher in terms of value, and I decided to look at some lower price values and property more in line with that list of the property. And this is why I don't look at it. I did look at it, but if you look, you will see that the comparables of the selection before they were higher, but these ones were a little bit lower in value and therefore certainly closer to, I don't like to discuss too much about post-reference sale, that's your job. So I'm going to leave it like that, Mr. Chairman, with an offer on the table still at $300,000. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions of the assessor?
I have a couple questions.
Yep.
When we spoke on the phone, you said you had difficulty finding comparables. Did you find with this list that, like which one of these on this list would you say most closely matches the property we're discussing today, their subject property?
I may have said that too, but let's try to interpret it how I would mean it, because it can be misconstrued. If I say a difficulty to find properties that for your property, it's because as a result of what I thought you had, what I remember you told me. You said your property is in poor condition and that it needs work and that kind of thing. Now I had to go out there and start looking, right? I know that, just see, I'm going to look at your listing once again. I want to determine here if, yeah, there were more than one picture. So yes, I could see a picture of your home and I could look at other comparables, I could see the picture. So it's not a question of there was no picture I couldn't see inside. So that said, I thought that based on your input, based on the fact that you had told me that your property needs work, I decided to at least go and look at lower properties, right? And that's why I came up with this. So this is what I see here. These properties are actually a little lower than yours. They were for sale and sold recently for between $296,000 a little higher. And once again, my offer still stands. The panel may think differently.
Great, I have one more question. The comparables that you have listed here, I only have access to these 4, not the ones that you said you had before that were higher. So speaking about these 4 here, what's the, what record do you have of the condition of these comparables?
I would have looked at the comparables on multiple listing by pictures and so on, and I would deem these comparables more, especially when I look at the values here, being on the lower end of the other ones that were there before, that these would be these and a lower, slightly lower in size of properties or houses, then these going to be deemed as average condition inside, average condition outside, and an average quality.
So just to confirm, average condition inside, outside, and average quality, is that what you said?
Yeah, when we do that, it's based also, we use those characteristics to judge the property and to determine the assessed value of these properties. These properties here are actually being sold, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we know what they were sold for. So regardless of what the condition and quality and so on, this is what they were sold for,
Mm-hmm.
and based on their condition and what it is inside and outside of yours, this is what we have as comparables. Now that is more closely similar to yours in most regards, most respects.
Perfect, thank you.
Well, thank you. Ms. Rempel?
I'm just wondering what the average increase was in this area in the price of homes.
Allow me to look 10, 6 or 7, 6 or 7, 6 or 7, 7, 3%.
3%. And you indicated that this was post-reference period, but all we have here is the sale year of 2018. Can you tell me when this house was sold?
It was sold in we have a registration date because that's what we go by. We don't go by the multiple listing sale date because we want to be consistent, right? So the date of, in other words, registered at Land Titles Office would be 27th of August of last year. And the reason we use Land Titles Office because their properties that have been sold privately, their properties that don't go through multiple listings. So in order to stay consistent, we use only Land Titles Office registration.
And I note that the land influence indicates that this subject property is on an external corner.
If you notice that, as I have as well, then that holds to be true, or should be at least.
And does that have any impact on the value of the home?
It's always taken into consideration. Every little bit of information that we have is taken into consideration.
Okay, thank you.
When we determine the assessed value, so this here is going to determine the assessed value of the subject property. Now, when conditions have changed, then we have to look at it a bit differently. But this here, the external condition of this corner location, is not going to tell you what other properties, only tell you what the subject property has already been discounted a little bit if when it needs to be a corner lot or has an influence over either the commercial influence or a busy street.
So normally there would be a bit of a discount. I'm assuming that's why it is mentioned in the first place.
Exactly.
Thank you.
I thank you. Ms. Davidson?
I have no questions at this time, thank you.
Mr. Ranjawat, you made a recommendation to the client or the applicant for $300,000.
Yeah, that's done.
Okay, and when was that done?
Well, when I spoke with him first and last time, which is, as he mentioned, last Thursday or Friday, something like that.
Okay, last week? Okay.
Yeah, it would have been Friday because it was the 11th hour. I know I mentioned that. It was getting to be that time when I was looking at all the other properties that I have to look at. And sometimes I look at these properties and said, okay, I'm going to use this tomorrow or next day, and then they don't come. I don't know what time is like. So I like to at least try to reach out to some people that I can. And that's what the recommendation.
So it was conveyed by telephone?
Yes.
In conversation?
He didn't accept it.
And he didn't accept it?
Yeah, that's
Okay,
correct.
thank you. Mr. Faulkner, your presentation.
Sure. It's kind of short here, but
That's
I'll
fine.
get to it.
Do you have
Yeah, I underprinted. I didn't know how many people I thought
That's
I would
okay.
get to two.
Well,
and
That's okay, we can share.
Yeah,
perfect.
sure.
That's great.
You guys want to share?
Sure.
And then
All right,
just
thank
make
you.
sure nobody breaks on it.
Okay, which one do you want back? This one?
Yeah, sure.
Your presentation, Mr. Faulkner?
Yes, I purchased the house in August of 2018 for $288,000. It was listed for a period of time at $329,000 with 0 offers on it. My wife and I purchased it. We wanted to be in that neighborhood, and the previous owners had lived in that house for 45 plus years and were friends of a family that we knew. So we kind of had a certain level of comfort purchasing this house, thinking that we were going to get something that was good. I'll just jump right to the deficiencies that we found shortly after we moved in. So anytime it would rain, there would be a river in the basement from 3 different walls. There was a fair bit of water. I put a ping pong ball and it would roll down to the floor drain in the other side of the basement. The interior of the house showed fairly well on the MLS pictures, but as you can see, it wasn't updated since 1966, my guess, when it was built. And there were some issues with some of the appliances, some plumbing, windows, doors, flooring, all original, leaky. After I moved in, because I wanted to do something with the garage slab is sinking, it's 8 inches lower in the back end. And so I had the mud wreckers and the other folks come in and give me quotes to jack it up, but that didn't prove to be economical. So I had a land survey done, and it turns out that the fence is also 18 inches on the adjacent property. So that has to be remedied still. Luckily, the landowner next door has been quite accommodating. water tank leaking. The sewer had disconnected because of some shifting in the basement, so it has backed up into the basement. There's some pictures of that, it's kind of gross, I warn you about that. And the foundation turned out to be, the leaks, when I started pulling away a bit of the walls, turned out to be long linear cracks that run throughout 3 of the 4 foundation walls. And so we were kind of stretching our budget at the purchase price of $288,000. I was so exasperated with this that in, I think it was November of 2018, I had a real estate agent come in and just say, if I dumped this right now, what could I sell it for? And she came up with the price of around $240,000, maybe $240,000, maybe. That was kind of the, I think she was, you know, trying to say a higher number to make me feel less bad about the debt that we would be in if we sold it right away. So I'm not convinced that it would necessarily sell for $240,000 in the condition it's in. I contacted her again and had her just in the past week print out this document to find some comparables. She indicated she had some difficulty as well finding like for like, but found me a number of similar houses. One on Parker, 1144. There was one on Maplewood and one on Beaverbrook, 937. That I looked at and I drove by them and I thought, yeah, that could be a good example. They all sold for in the mid to low 250s, and I'm assuming that they were in average condition, because it seems like that's kind of the assumption that's usually entered for conditions of houses. Mine is definitely not in average condition in terms of the interior styling, the stove that doesn't work, the hot water tank, these items. So, noisy street. It is on the corner of a street that I didn't realize was so busy, and with the old windows and doors, you can really hear a lot of traffic. Yeah, that's about it.
So what value did you conclude?
I would be happy bringing the value down to $240,000. I think if I put some money into it and work on it over the next, I think that real estate agent, I just have to trust what she said, which is I could probably sell it in its current condition for $240,000. So I'm not convinced of that, but that's what a professional has told me. So I would just enter that as my assumption.
Thank you, Mr. Fulton. Mr. Renzo, what questions of the applicant?
Mr. Chairman, because it's a post-reference sale, I'm not going to dwell too much or any at all on the price any longer. We have properties that are quite comparable here. Oh, you want the fresh one. No, I don't have a question, but perhaps I can just give my submission rather than saying anything. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Rempel.
Yes, I am wondering, you indicated that, did you remove the finish in the basement to see those cracks that were there?
Parts of it, yeah.
Oh, just parts of it?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so the basement is still finished for the most part?
No, it's because 3 of the 4 walls, I just kept on peeling the wall back as I followed the crack, and so 3 of the 4 walls are largely exposed, and one of them is partly exposed and it looks solid. So we stopped, we didn't want to find something else under there.
Yeah, exactly. I think those are all my questions, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Davidson.
When you purchased your house, given these water issues, did your people you purchased it from provide a disclosure agreement that they had these foundation water problems?
I'm looking into that a little bit more. The disclosure was not provided, it said no disclosure. The legal owner of the house was a woman who was in her advanced 80s, and she had dementia. Now, her adult children, who I had met through this family friend, had grown up in that house and had been there for years and were the executors and power of attorney and had their hand in the sale. And I believe that they could have shed some light onto this situation, but I kind of trusted that, you know, there weren't any major issues, and the way they got away with putting no disclosures because the legal owner was this older woman who was in advanced stages of dementia, so she couldn't communicate well.
So were there 2 agents though, like your agent didn't push, why is there no disclosure statement at all, and the
I
other?
believe I made a mistake when
Oh,
I
I
dealt
see.
with the selling agent.
Oh, I
So
see.
I dealt directly, it was I forget what they called it, but it was one agent
Oh, so you didn't have an
representing both
agent.
parties. I did not have
Oh,
an
that's
agent.
bad, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
The other, quick question is, do you know what the costs, have you got any estimates to fix these issues, or?
So I had 3 companies come in at the end of 2018, and the estimates ranged from $30 to unlimited $1,000, and they said that you would have to involve an engineer and statements. So, you'd have to have a stamped engineering document before they'd be able to provide an estimate on.
And that's just to deal with the foundation and water issues?
That was just the 3 walls in the
Right.
basement. That isn't including bringing it up to date for plumbing, electrical,
Right,
that kind of thing.
okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Fulton, at the time of purchase, what was the list price on it?
$329.
Okay.
It may have
Yeah,
been
I see
$329.99
that.
or something like
Okay.
that.
And you had said it was on the market for quite some time?
I don't have the information as to how long it was on the market, but I do know that when I contacted the agent, it was the day after they were taking bids on it. Like there was a date where it said bids on this date, and there was not a single offer put in on it. Although when I went in, I noticed there was dozens of business cards of other agents, so I assume many people had looked at it.
So it was listed at $329, and your bid was $288?
My initial bid was $280,
Okay.
but we ended up agreeing to a selling price of $288.
Okay. And at the time of purchase, when, was it a quick possession date? Or,
Yes, I believe it was.
Okay.
I believe it was 2 weeks or something like that.
okay.
Yeah.
Did you get standard financing? Bank loan?
Yeah, I
Mortgage?
have a mortgage on
Okay.
this, yes.
Did they do an appraisal of it?
They did what they called an online appraisal,
Okay.
and so they looked at some pictures and they looked at the comparables, and they just said
A ballpark?
well, they basically said that they would provide financing. I didn't get the appraisal back, but
Okay.
they,
So, during your, I guess, inspection of the house, you never revealed any of these, errors or anything like that, in regards to some cover-ups or anything like that? Like,
I don't understand.
like water damage or anything like that, you couldn't see anything, or?
In one of the pictures, there's a basement floor, and the tiles that were on the floor appear to have watermarks. And so I asked about that, and they said they didn't know and they weren't sure, and it must have been something that was spilled. And I just kind of was too trusting in this sale, I think, because I felt the connection through this family friend.
So when you look at the assessor's comparables, which one would be close to your property in regards to the value? Without pictures or anything like that? I mean, it's tough to say, but.
It's tough to say.
Yeah, okay.
I'd have trouble
So,
picking
but
one.
nobody,
off this.
nothing's, looks like it might be similar.
It's hard to say. Yeah.
And what was the purpose of this market appraisal?
Well,
Because,
yeah.
like, when was this done?
This was prepared about a week ago.
A week ago?
About that, because I had talked to, in my presentation, I had mentioned that I think it was around November 2018.
Yeah.
We were looking at just cutting our losses on this house and dumping it. So I reached out to that same agent who was very kind towards us and gave us a lot of her time at that time.
So.
About a week ago, I reached out to her.
I'm just looking at, some of them on Parker. Are these very similar? Did you drive past these comparables?
I drove past
Yeah.
a few of them, and I should have made better notes, so I just jotted this
Mhm.
down today.
So
but-
which one of these were, and these are all sold, haven't they?
Yes.
Okay. And some of them are dated, probably in the summer, I guess, eh?
I think so.
Yeah. Okay. Of last year.
Of 2018, yeah. Most of them were either pre or post, whatever the cutoff was.
What was the average price in all of these?
240.
240?
Yeah,
Okay.
was the average price.
Okay. So you're seeking 240, eh?
Well, I feel like I should be asking for even lower, but I'm having trouble understanding how the valuation of houses is done. So You know, when I came into this, when I was speaking with you on the phone, I was saying 200,000 is, you know, would make me comfortable because of the numbers I've received for remediation of the basement, plus bringing the rest of the house up to date. So in our conversation with the assessor, I had mentioned the number 200,000. When I spoke with this real estate agent, she, you know, said it's anywhere in that range, 200 to 240. So the averages of her comparables came back at 240.
And you are living in this house?
Yes.
I thank you. Mr. Remzawat, summation?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, there's a reason when I come here to this hearing, I always, you know, ask that you take realtors' notes on what the possible value of the business are. There's a reason for that. And I just heard from the other side about $240,000 average, but this is what I was doing for a while. There was 9 comparables that we have here from them. We have 3 bungalows. They range from between 1915 and one was 1958. They were only the newest one. Granted, you might want to use that. But the one from 1958 from this comparable, which is comparable number 2, shows a lot size that's probably only 30 feet from my guess. From what I look how the property is, with 2 houses on the other side. Now, bear with me, Mr. Chairman. Out of this comparables here, 6 of them are 1.5-story home. 6 of them. They range from the newest one is 1946. The comparables are 1920, 1910, 1909, 1911. The other one is 1949 and one is 1915. You get where I'm going on this one. So naturally at 240,000 on average with 25 and 30 foot lot, we can see where the other side is looking at an average based on the lowest price that is there for comparables. But when you do a reconciliation, Mr. Chairman, you see it has to be more than what they're asking. I think maybe I'm just leading you to look at it yourself, Mr. Chairman, without telling you any more than that. But that's what I've observed, and that would be my my summation. Thank you.
I thank you. Mr. Fulton?
Just in summary, my agent also mentioned she had trouble finding exact comparables, but having been in the house that I own and selling a lot in the area, she said that she put a lot of work into finding ones that were, in her mind, similar. So the numbers may not match up, but the condition of my house is what I'm trying to really stand on here. And a lot of stuff that I found post-sale, and the cost of remediation for just the foundation alone is a kind of a scary number that we will have to deal with at some point, and bring it up to speed, the rest of the house as well, before we'd be able to sell it. So as is, the value, you know, would be what I think, what I mentioned there, between that 200 and 240 range.
I thank you, Mr. Fulton. I thank you for your presentation and results very soon.
Thank you very
Okay,
much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank
Come on up. We're gonna go to Folsom? Thurso? Okay. We'll get you sworn in or affirmed, either one. And
Your name? Susan Porteous. Do you affirm that the evidence you are to present is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Thank you.
Mr. Ramsawat, whenever you're ready, you can take us through this property.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And we're talking about what address is that again, Mr. Chairman?
Thurso?
226.
226.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Thank you.
Okay, for 226 Torso, floor number 120-310-920-00. Little of the property is a one-story single family home built in 1951. It is 1,124 square feet with a slab for basement foundation. 6,000 square feet is the lot size, and $266,000 is the assessed value on this property. The four compounds that we have are all in the same neighborhood characteristic area. Each of them is single family home, each of them is one story, and they were built around the same time, between 1945 and 1957. The subject property somewhere in the middle at 1951. The nice thing about these comparables is that each of them have a surface foundation. The lot size, as I see them here, the lot size is about 2/3 of that of the subject property. They're all about a 4,000 square feet lot size. Now I go straight to the look at what we're looking at for the size of these property. One differences that I'm seeing here is the size of the subject property versus the comparables. Again, the subject property 1,124 square feet. When you look across, we're seeing number one comparable there, 856. Comparable number two is 700 square feet. Comparable number 3, 942 square feet, and comparable number 4 is 825 square feet. So I'm seeing a difference in the size of the buildings, and I'm seeing a difference in the size of the lot. I'm seeing then what we have here for the time adjusted sale price. They range from $234,000 for comparable number 1, 168 comparable number 2, 213 comparable number 3, and 179. Now somebody will say, well, I like the 168 better and the 179 better if you're looking for lower value. I don't often talk about price per square foot. I can always elaborate on that when I have to. As in this case, you will see there's a difference. So we're looking at, when I saw there were $226,000 as price per square foot for this property as opposed to the other ones. The lowest one is $217,000, but they do go as high as $274,000, and the median is somewhere at around $225,000 or $6,000. So I left it there, Mr. Chairman, and I see we're seeing in the same neighborhood, we're seeing a larger lot size. So that's when I'm doing my reconciliation. I see a slightly larger lot size than the other properties that are lower, and subject property being larger, and I left it at the $266,000. And that's my presentation, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
I thank you, sir. Questions of the assessor?
I'm just curious why some people got a phone call from the assessor and other people weren't afforded that same.
Okay.
I never received a call. I know last time I went through this process, I actually didn't do this. I actually got a phone call from the assessor and we settled on a phone call, couple phone calls, it was done. I was happy, the assessor was apparently happy because he agreed, and life went on.
Okay, well, good. I'm glad that you find it a little bit humorous.
Well,
I tell you what, no, I understand. And
I'm curious, there's people that were here that were afforded that phone call. I wasn't afforded that phone call. I have spent a full day out of the law office. I am here, doing what I need to do, but it would have been nice had I been afforded that same courtesy that other people in this process.
First of all, I did not pick on you.
I know you didn't pick on
And
me.
I didn't pick on the other ones.
I'm not saying you picked
All right,
on me.
okay.
I'm not
So
saying that.
How this works, I look at all the properties, the ones that are, I hate to say this, ones that appear very easy, and we can do something about it. If it's going to be a short conversation, fine. When I see this here, when I look at, let's say yours is harder, look at it that way. I'm not saying that I can't do it, but when I can see that I can justify your value, and I can see that your surface foundation, let me see what else I can see. when I can see, another reason that you didn't get a phone call is because I'm seeing a 255 as an assessed value in 16 and 17. I'm seeing 254 in 18 and 19. That's what I'm seeing. When I'm seeing 266, I didn't see much of a difference in terms of value that is increased. Let me do the maths here like I didn't do before. That's an $8,000 increase over 1 year over the next, divided by $254,000, and I'm getting 3.14%. So when I use those kind of logic, Ms. Porteous, I don't know if I'm pronouncing your name
No, that's
correctly,
fine.
so I apologize.
Susan is fine as
When
well.
when I see those logic and I'm explaining it not just to you but to the panel here, I look at yours and see, well, at least I can defend this. Let me look at the ones that need to make a few phone calls here and there. Keep in mind that not everybody got a phone call,
Okay,
all
I
right?
never said you were picking on me.
Okay, thank
I
you.
was just
Thank you for
wondering.
understanding.
I was
And
just
fair-
wondering
fair-
why some got
Fair
phone calls.
fair question. I might have asked the question myself. I would think that, hey, listen, is there something about me that you didn't want to call me or something like that?
Yeah,
Fair question.
I was just curious.
Mm.
Okay, so,
Any more questions regards to
I,
his presentation?
his presentation, with regard to the comparables, I have, in the package, I have been provided with comparables from a real estate agent. Summary of comparable listings.
That's gonna
And
be your
as part of my
presentation,
presentation,
okay?
then no,
Okay.
I have.
No more questions
No more
from
questions
the
for
assessor?
for the assessor.
Okay, Ms. Rempel?
No,
Yes, I see that the subject property is on a back lane and is next to a community club and a recreation building, which I'm assuming would lower the value of said property compared to the comparables.
And your question is?
Would the fact that the subject property is next to a back lane, a community club and a recreational building lower the value of subject property compared to the comparables you have listed?
I would always say to that question, I would say that it's taken into consideration. Everything is taken into consideration. In my experience and so on, would know that when you have a community and so on, has an influence on residential properties, if it creates a negative effect, yes, we will take that into consideration. If a property has a positive effect, let's say on a park or a river or a retention pond, those are positive things, and yes, that's also taken into consideration. So to answer your question, yes, it's taken into consideration.
Okay, thank you, that's all my questions.
Thank you, Ms. Davidson.
I have no questions at this time.
Mr. Ramsey, what, I noticed that your comparables,
Mhm.
I guess the range goes from 158.5 to 217. So, and the assessment is 266. So, I don't know, I guess, looking at, I'm talking about the sale price before adjustments, okay? So, I don't know how you can get up to this 266.
Okay, I'll tell you how it's being done, Mr. Chairman. I'm glad you asked the question, and consider this answer can go forward to other properties as well. All right, here's what it is. That 217 that you asked about, I thought you mentioned that. But let's take any of those. Let's take some lower values, and the lowest value is 217. So let's use that 217. We use 217. If we now look at the size of this property at 825 square feet as opposed to 1124, we're now going to add a difference of 300 square feet. At 300 square feet, I'm doing it very candidly. Trust me, I didn't do this before.
Okay.
If we do, I don't think it's
This is for your benefit.
if we do $80 per square foot, which is industry standard for the difference, times 300 square feet, we get $24,000. And we add $24,000 to 179. In this case, what am I doing here? We're gonna get closer to 200, a little bit more. So that's how part of those differences come along, right? We take into consideration that for the 2-foot lot, I know I mentioned it before, explained the difference between lot size is not necessarily double. But when you look at that also, you can see that 217 is no longer 217 because the value now is going to be divided by 1. You'll have a higher value.
It's a subjective value, okay?
Subjective, did you say,
So,
Madam,
so
Mr. Chairman?
when you talk about your comparables, they're all smaller than the subject. They're all
Yeah.
smaller.
Well, I wish I
Per square foot,
Yeah.
okay? But also, the subject is 2,000 square feet bigger in lot.
Yeah.
So that adds a little more value, possibly,
Yeah,
but,
possibly.
but you can't really prove it, okay? So what I'm saying is that you can crank out a price per square foot for the subject property, but I don't know, you know, the comparables sales state the value, and you can figure out wherever you want to go per square foot, you know, and on the street, bigger lots, etc. So basically what I'm saying is like, I don't, if you're going to throw in some comparables to your evaluation for the subject, okay, they should be fairly close. The range of values should be close. These are not close at all.
That sounds more like a
So-
ridiculous question, Mr.
So,
Chairman.
okay, but basically what I'm saying is that based on the range and the comparables,
Mhm.
the subject should be lower.
Well,
But the factor is, I guess, the saving factor is, the previous assessment, you didn't fight the previous assessment, you accepted it.
Well,
So-
I didn't
so-
accept it willingly,
Yes, but
but
the percentage,
I
the
know.
percentage is all in line, okay?
compared to, yeah,
Yes.
you're right,
So,
but,
I'll end it at such, okay? And
and I will now spout out.
it'll be your presentation.
Thank you.
yeah.
Okay, in that package I've given you, you will see that I have an email from a Realtor, who also was the one who provided the comparables. The pictures that I have included, okay, let me start at the beginning. My home, yes, built on a slab. I have a boiler system. My heating runs through the floors. My boiler is on its way out. I've already had somebody in, oh yeah, I've already had somebody in to inspect it. Last winter, I had no heat. I prayed that the guy that came to fix it was able to fix it. He wasn't sure he could, he was able to. Knock on wood, my boiler. My boiler will cost me about $20,000 to replace. And that includes having to tear up all my floors, or I have to cap it off, and I have to now go electric heat in my home, which is now gonna cost me thousands of dollars every winter to heat my home, which to me is not a value, added value for anybody. Anybody looking to buy a home is not looking for a house heated with electric heat, because it is so much more expensive to heat your home in the winter. My garage, I have a double-and-a-half garage on my property. The roof is beyond repair. I have to tear off all the sheeting and resheet. I have to put new shingles, new sheeting, and the inside of the garage has got water damage because of it. So now, all the drywall. So in effect, I pretty much have to tear down the garage and start from scratch. So the value for the garage there, yes, I park in it every day. But resale value, there is no resale value to that garage, none whatsoever. I would have to tear it down and rebuild it to have that if I were to ever sell my home. The pictures that I have included. I live in, as we all know, live in Crescentwood, where there has been a huge influx of infill housing. These pictures are of the infill that's gone up next to me. Beautiful home. But if you look at the pictures, these pictures here, the ones with the deck, I believe there's 3 or 4 of them, and the big huge windows. The deck
Some of these pictures were taken with me sitting in my back room with my patio blind open. I have, in effect, lost every ounce of privacy I have in that back room with any sort of open windows. I have lost any sunshine I have in my backyard because the house is 32 feet tall, sandwiched in between two small bungalows. Again, beautiful house, don't get me wrong, infill's needed, I get that, but if I were looking to buy a home and I looked at my house and I went into the backyard and saw that, the first thing I would say was, no, I'm not gonna give you $260,000 for your house because it's not worth it, because I have no privacy in my own home, in your home. I don't, I have none now. Here, everything has to be kept closed, or I'm on display to my neighbors. That has devalued my property. Because I don't know anybody that would pay. Because I know if I were looking for a new home, that would be a big, huge contributing factor. Whether or not I have neighbors staring into my yard. The yard I don't care about, but when I have to keep my own blinds closed, because, I don't know, to me that does devalue the
That's
property.
next door.
That's next door. Yep. And that's a deck that they built off the second story that goes across and then this way. They've also had the city not allowed them to build that house 50 feet from the property line, and had they kept it in line with all the other homes at 30 feet, there would have been no problem. I would have been looking over the garage and I would have gotten my sunlight, and that deck would have been facing the side of my house and not right into my home. So to me, and I don't know if it, but to me, the whole privacy issue is an issue. I mean, again, if I were looking to buy a home, this would be a problem. I would not personally look to buy a house where I could have potentially, not potentially, but have my neighbors sitting on the second story deck, staring into my yard. And this picture here, my patio door is right here. So it's here, from here to here. This picture, I wasn't outside when I took it. This one here, I was sitting in my computer chair, turned around, looking out my patio window. So if that's the view I get, then they're getting the same view when they look in. I don't know, and the comparables, I'm not quite sure. I mean, you have a comparable right next door to me where the infill went. 230 Thurso, sold last July. Sold for $205,000. That is a comparable. That is a comparable. It's comparable size to my home. It's completely, other than maybe the lot size, but the square footage is pretty close to what my home was, or what my home is. 4 bedroom, oh see, she had 4 bedrooms, I only have a 3-bedroom home. 1 bath, yes. My home is a 3-bedroom. Sold for $205,000. To me, it's a slab home, exactly the same as mine was. Boiler system, everything. Now, that is a comparable to me, not these other houses that aren't slabs. Oh, 1135 Dudley is a slab. Much smaller though. Sold though for $159,900. Even if you add the extra square footage of my home to that 730 square feet, it's still not $264,000.
So you have two values here. You have 205 and you have 210. What are you seeking?
I would like 210. I trust the realtor that gave me that information. She's honestly a realtor that is given that that's what I do for a living in a law office, I don't wanna slap my realtors, but realtors, I mean, we all know it, sometimes not always out for their client, but this lady, I do trust the values that she's given me. And I did not ask her, when I asked her for this information, I just told her I wanted it for myself. I didn't tell her why I needed it, because I thought that would have been that was a more important thing for her, not to know what I was looking for the information for.
And that's your presentation?
Yeah, that's it.
I thank you, I thank you. Mr. Renzo, what questions of the applicant?
No, but allow me to do submission.
Okay. Ms. Rempel?
I have no questions, thank you.
Ms. Davidson?
I have no questions, thank you.
I just had probably just a couple. There's a slab,
Yes.
okay? And the comparables that the cities use as a slab, they're all slabs?
230 Thurso
Yep.
was a slab home, yes.
Yep.
It was exactly, other than her house was an extra bedroom, mine's only 3,
When they sold the house next door,
yeah.
they normally put a zoning,
No.
okay? No?
Absolutely.
No,
With infill housing, not with this infill home, nothing,
nothing?
nothing, 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 nothing. And the city rubber stamped them. All he had to do was ask for a setback further, because when I phoned the zoning department, I asked,
What about the Board of Adjustment? You know, they normally, you know, because the house is going up, they contact the neighbors or put
No.
a sign up?
no,
No? Okay.
no, not a darn
Okay.
thing.
So when did this happen?
Last year, I
Okay.
actually went to Australia for a month, and I knew that there was something going up, but the house at that point had been rented out. And then I got home from Australia, and the house was starting to be torn down, and then the house was going up. But no one, there was nothing, the neighbors were not advised of anything. And had the city at least come to the neighbors and said, he's asked for a setback of 50 feet versus 30, and given us an opportunity at that moment to, voice our concerns, then this probably wouldn't be an issue. But it is today,
Okay.
so.
I thank you. Mr. Ramsey, what summation?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll try to keep this as short as possible. First of all, and I'm not blaming on real estate agents, or because many of them who are not really aware of having post-reference sale, thinking that'd be okay. So you notice, Mr. Chairman, not all or most of these properties are post-reference, but that's not what I'm talking about. The 230 Torso Street, in case you're wondering why didn't I bring that in, because you think, am I cheating here when it's whatever price it is sold for and so on? Keep in mind that it was post-reference, and our computer will not even allow us to give us anything that is on the first or second day, or rather of April of any time. So I've seen that this one was sold in 26th of July, so I wanted to mention that. So I really did not know that is the case about the post-reference sale on the Torso, because I would have probably taken that into consideration. So certainly bring it, or try to look at the multiple listing to see what it was inside and all of that. That said, there was one other comment I'd like to make. Now, you may support here. You probably, I'm glad that you pointed out that some of those properties are infill, and you have 2,000, the large homes looking into yours, and you consider negative. But in real estate terms, I'm glad you mentioned that, because the market would not consider that a negative, because in the principle of progression, bear with me, make my comment here.
Certainly.
The principle of progression states that when you have a lower priced property next to other properties that are massive and very expensive, it increases the value of yours, it takes the value of yours. Now that's a principle of progression, the principle of progression issue. Otherwise, I may have mentioned this in the past in the panel, and that's all. I don't want to say anything else. They'll make a decision. Thank you.
It is an incorrect assumption to think that because a house that's gone up, that faces and takes away my privacy, increases somehow the value of my home. Because as some, I don't know anybody who'd be looking to buy or spend a lot of money on my home, knowing that the neighbors have got the ultimate, they just need to be standing in their house to look out and into my own home. And the fact now that I have to keep everything closed, that does not increase the value of my home, nor the resale. Anybody going into my home to look at it to buy, coming out that backyard and seeing that, that is a negative. Thank you.
Thank you for coming, and thank you for your presentation and
Thank you.
results
Thank you.
very shortly. McLean, on 251?
Yeah, do you need a moment? Are you guys good to go?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. We'll have her sworn in.
So I'll just pass these down. If you can unclip them, I have a large Excel spreadsheet with my comparables, so that'll make it easier for you to access.
We'll get you sworn in or affirmed, either one.
Bible's fine.
251 McLean, thank you.
This is me,
Sheila Quinn?
and you swear that I represent the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so
I
help
do.
you God. Thank you.
Thank you for your patience. Mr. Ramsawat, whenever you're ready, you can take us through the property.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Okay, as for the subject property, which is 251 McLean Street, rule number 010009760000. We have an assessed value of $607,000. I know I didn't speak with the appellant. Of course, if the other lady was here, she would know that she was not the only person that didn't get a phone call. Well, that said, I thought of calling. As a matter of fact, come to think about it, I'm wrong. I did call, but he did not respond.
Did you call the home phone number?
I left a message, but I don't remember which number it was that I called. It would be 489-1139, more than likely.
That's only hooked up for the alarm system. We don't actually answer that phone.
There goes my reason. You know, I was wondering if that connected to a fax machine too. Is it? No? We had another phone call some other time and there was this fax ringing, that thing. That's it, I apologize. Maybe I should try the other number, right? I know that this issue is going to come up, that your assessment currently is $515,000 for 2006, 18 and 19, that's this year. And the assessment went up $607,000. I know that. That's going to come up. I wanted to talk to you about it myself. The other thing that I have here is you might notice that the comparables here that I have is a bit different from what you learned of maybe in an earlier discussion with another assessor. I think maybe I know that much. I looked at some of the notes inside previously in the information we have, so I know what is sort of a little bit is going on. I looked at the comparables and I thought, well, I know you're concerned about the ditches and so on, so I decided now I'm going to look at properties that at least will have some similarity, right? And all of these, except maybe I don't know if Bloomwork has the no ditches at all whatsoever. So bear with me, these comparables are a bit different from what you're accustomed to. So let me talk about them, right? So you see where we go from here. 251 McLean. I'm noticing at least I had to go into different areas, not the immediate area, whether it be 1 square mile or half a square mile, whether it police or the district. But it is where it is, and I realize your concern, and I think I agree with part of that concern where you have This is the same thing I was trying to tell the other lady in a different way. In your case, where you have older properties that are not really high in value, and yours is, then it's going to, your values will be more or less depressed. I know that. Okay? So I realized where this might be going, but I wanted to reconcile and see how the differences are in these properties. So we have a 2,303 square feet as in yours. It is 2011. So keep that in mind. I must talk a little bit about yours. It does have a finished basement with multiple baths and so on. So you know all the characteristics on a 64,000 square feet, 6,400 square feet, I beg your pardon, a lot size. $607,000. I know the increase is drastic. So let's find out what the difference is, and if we can find some common ground or reconciliation here. So the four properties that I have, they're in a different neighborhood. The first one certainly in the same neighborhood characteristic area. It's a two-story home, and it is 7 years older than yours, and it is the one house that is actually closer to yours in size, with a finished basement and a larger lot. $642,000 is this property, and I think perhaps you might want to perhaps point out that the curb appeal on this one on Stockdale is a bit better than yours. I see that yours doesn't necessarily have a concrete driveway. I saw the gravel. So not that I didn't do my homework. For what I remember, I've done some. So we're comparing now with the 642 square feet, and I'm looking at the other ones. All right, the other ones are lower in value. 266 Fairmont. Now this is where you start getting interesting. Built in 2012, so the same year, 300 square feet almost, smaller than yours, and it has other characteristics that are similar, like bathroom and rec room and so on. A lot size that is larger than yours slightly, and it's $583,000. All right. Fairmont does have ditches, and this is why I was trying to establish that. Whether the curb appeal is different, it's questionable, but it does have ditches. Blue Crescent. Now, I don't remember specifically Blue Crescent has ditches or not, so I can, without the benefit of looking at things I don't remember. Built in 2003, it looks like this property also undergone some renovation of some sort already to make it 2006. However, 2006 is still older than 2011 in terms of the age of the home. Right? 1,925 square feet is somewhere closer to 400 square feet smaller than yours. And the rest of the other characteristics you can see, and that's $548,000 as opposed to what the $515,000 is currently. So this is what this value is here. And then lastly, Haney. I know for a fact that Haney also has ditches. Now I don't know if your ditches are bigger, deeper, that much I don't know. And I don't know that I'm making that differences here. I'm just saying that I have, they have ditches. Also look at it in Google Map to confirm that. Having sold real estate, I have an idea about even Charleston and all these areas. But I did that for a long time ago. So that one, a little newer, 214 square feet, and a little large by 200 square feet with no finishing in the basement, and 681. Yours is, I don't know that we want to talk so much about this 515 any longer, but yours is 607, and the only one that is lower than yours is the one at 583. So the question now is curb appeal, and the reality is that your home, it has this factor whereby the other properties are not going to drive your houses up, but they're going to keep it depressed. I know that. That's my evidence and my presentation, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
I thank you. Questions of the assessor?
So I just want to confirm that it sounds like you are willing to negotiate a little bit on the initial assessment of 607.
Yeah, I would think so. Yes, I would say so based on why 15 in the past. I don't know if I've done enough. I haven't seen your home, but yes, I'd say yes to that question.
Oh, hold any further questions?
Thank you. Ms. Rempel?
I'm just wondering what the purpose of the analysis and conclusion, page 4 of the Municipal Board of Manitoba attached to your analysis is.
That would have been, I think, for most of them, that was there, that is information for the appellant, just information that for going forward, and currently, many appellants do not know that. If let's say, for instance, the other, the lady previously, Ms. Portis, had looked at that carefully, she would know that post-reference sale is not going to be included. It's really for information purposes.
Thank you, that's all my questions.
Ms. Davidson?
I have no questions at this time, thank you.
Okay, your presentation.
Thank you very much. I've been here before. We bought a home on McLean Street in 2000. It was originally $47,500. That was generous. We bought it straight from the realtor. We knew that it was not a good house, not really sturdy, but we were young. We wanted to get out of my in-laws' house, and we bought it. So, we did some extensive renovations to our little house, and then in the end, we found out that the entire foundation with the crawl space under it was just going to sink into the ground. We had floods, we had all sorts of issues with that, so we decided we were going to build a new house on that lot. We went through a builder, but unfortunately it wasn't a custom home builder, it was a private builder, and anyway, long story short, we ended up tearing down the house. The permits from the city took forever. They finally started working on it. Then the builder decided he was taking a month-long vacation. He left the framers in charge. They decided not to put our concrete front porch on. They put wood. Many, many, many issues, including the fact that we didn't get what we initially paid for and what was in our plans. So at this point, if you look at the pictures of our house, it is still in an unfinished condition. We have not even been able to bring it up to grade. The city increased the grade of our house by 6 feet over the original home. We didn't have enough dirt left to even bring it up 1 foot after the house was built. So the front is still not finished after paying taxes of more than $5,000 a year, plus the frontage assessment, which we believe is for putting down tar and pea gravel on our front street. We just do not have the money to do any further renovations with this house. Like I said, I've been to the board before. At one point, we did have it reassessed to, I think, $499, and we were able to keep it at that point for several reassessments. And then the last time it went up, I guess in 2016 to $516, and my dad and I looked at it and he says, you're probably not going to make a realistic argument that will make him bring it back down. I said, well, that's probably a stretch for selling this house, but I'll accept that. And then now you see that they've gone from $515 or $516, whatever it is, up to $607. So my neighbors on either side, as has been referenced by the assessor, are small bungalows, and purely for reference purposes, one is assessed at $182,000, one is assessed at $288,000. They are both small bungalows, similar driveways. One has a nicer looking driveway, but every time you put gravel, it ends up getting ripped up and disappearing. So there's absolutely no point for trying to compare my house to anything on the street, except for way down at the opposite end, which is where you start getting into some of the newer infrastructure in Charleswood. So what you'll happen to notice with some of those comparables is that they are built as infills, but they are also built by other infills of comparable size. And subsequent to that, they really aren't comparable anymore because they have other valuable houses around them in their neighborhood. So when you look at the comparables that I'm providing to you, I'm trying to look at the comparable size and then the age. And I had a hard time finding stuff that was kind of same size, same age, and then also same lot, because 11,000 square feet is almost double our lot, and that makes a huge difference in Charleswood. You can subdivide that lot in Charleswood. And same with the one that's 10,600. That is a huge lot, and that makes a big difference to the complete value of the home. So I'm not really sure I can consider those comparables. Stockdale, it's in a new area, completely new infrastructure. There is no ditches. It's all underground lines, underground utilities, completely renovated area. And then same thing with Bloomer. That was all brand new infill houses in a complete area. They took one section of like park and put brand new houses. So that doesn't really count anymore when you don't have a 1946 bungalow next to your 2011 house. So I would say that from the spreadsheet that I gave you, Hofstad Drive is fairly comparable, it's 2283 square feet. We're 2303. Now just so you understand a little bit what this comparison means, it was my fault. My husband wanted to put a hoist in the garage, and I said, no, you can't have a hoist. We're gonna put a room for our kids over the garage. That's literally where that extra square footage comes from, is like 12 by 20 room over the garage. So that's the extra, 200 square feet that makes all the difference to some of these prices. And when you look at the sale price, and even at the time adjusted sale price, that was $491,000.
Which one are you at?
That's the 27 Hofstad Drive. So that's, again, 2283 square feet,
Okay.
the fourth one in, yeah. And then it's a slightly smaller lot. Okay, so let's look at that. So when you look at the price adjusted for the square footage, it's $215 a square foot. Ours is estimated right now at $263 a square foot. There is no way, and I said this when I came to the city the first time, that anyone is ever gonna pay $607,000 for our house, especially in the unfinished state that it's in. Some of the other comparables I kind of left out because there's some that are bigger, and then when you look at them, the square footage comes out to 212. So for example, 11 Great Elm Cove, it's 2,800 square feet, and it's got an 11,000 square foot lot. But the square footage cost comes out like $40 less per square foot than our house. But it is a little bit older, so I didn't count that. I looked at 26 Vesper Court, which is second from the end, and then 7 Peregrine Point, which is the very last one. So Vesper Court is 2135 square feet, built in 2017, so it is newer. All new infrastructure, it is brand new everything, brand new cement, concrete streets, everything, no ditches. That one only sold for $426,909 with an adjusted price of $435,000. And that was April of 2017. And then when you look at Peregrine Point, that's 2,500 square feet, a slightly smaller lot. That one sold for $485,000 with an adjusted price of $495,000. So my dad was supposed to come to this for me because I just really can't afford to take a day off work, but here I am because he's on a cruise. That's what happens when you wait for your appointment for a year. So I'm presenting this, and if there's any errors, I do apologize. I should have gone through this and checked. But those 3 lines at the bottom, the white one is just saying what the value would be if our house was assessed on the square footage value of some of those other homes. Or no, sorry, what their house would be. The white line is what their house would be if it was assessed at our per square foot. The green one is what our house would be based on their sales price. And then the yellow one is on the adjusted sales price. So the yellow line is actually what I'm saying the comparables for pricing are. If you look at the square footage price for those homes and then my square footage. So overall, if I had to make an ask, I mean, my house in its current format has never been sold. There is no way you're ever going to be able to compare it to anything on my street because there is nothing to compare. They're all just little teeny tiny old houses. One on the one side is 1946, one is 1970. So at some point that might have been a new house, but no longer. So I would be willing to accept rolling it back to $499. I think that when I look at these comparables that I've got, there is nothing there that indicates that I'm even going to be able to get that for my house. There's another house for sale on our street right now, and I know it is a post period, so it doesn't count. They've dropped the price already to $379. It's 1,800 square feet, and it has a similar lot size. So it is slightly smaller, but that just goes to show that there isn't a hot housing market right now, and there is no way this house will sell for what it's assessed at. Thank you.
I thank you. So I just worked out the figure. So per square foot, you're at 116?
No, the current cost on the assessment value at 607, it comes up to $263.
Okay, no, I know that, but what you're seeking $499?
Yes, I would like to see it
Okay.
rolled back.
Okay. And that comes to $216.67 a square foot. Is that correct?
That I couldn't tell you, I am not the math whiz. That was my dad, he was the mathematics major.
Because I noticed, I guess in the green, you got everything except for your house. The price per,
I didn't
Yeah.
put an ask in there, that's why there isn't a current hopeful vision of it.
Mr. Ramsey, what questions?
Let's see. Yeah, maybe I can have questions here to ask. I've noticed that some of your, this particular sheet here, you see that some of the comparables that you're using were built in 1984, 86, 78, 79, 87, 94. You noticed that, right?
Correct, and if you notice, the sales are all from the January 2016 to April 2018 market region number 6. When we saw the assessor last November, we were told that it was based on the market region, not the specific neighborhood area, and that we had to look at the homes not based on whether the rest of the houses were brand new or anything. None of the neighborhood itself actually mattered, that we were to consider only comparables in market value in terms of size and lot. We were not to consider even age, and when I spoke aloud, I really focused on the ones that are newer than my house and trying to give real comparables, but that's what I was told by the assessor last fall.
Okay, so the assessor told you that you can compare 1984 to 2011 year bill, but did the assessor also tell you that when you do that, you have to make adjustments for that?
By all means, if you can identify what kind of adjustment we would make, then, you know, for example, 50 Barnstaple Cove is probably 2,800 square feet, but it was built in 1979, and it has a slightly bigger lot size. So if that one, as an adjusted value, was 469, what would you suggest those extra years are going to do to that home?
No, I'm only establishing here that these adjustments are necessary. That's all I'm trying to do right now, rather than go into specific using calculator and determine value. Because for me to do that, I have to study this, analyze it, and so on. It takes time, and we don't have the time here. But just establishing that, that's all. What else did I want to ask? Oh, I do want to offer a rebuttal to your to the size where you say that a property can be subdivided. I think you were referring to comparable number 4, were you not, in my brief on 848 Haney?
Both 2 and 4 were large lots. One was 11,104 square feet, the other was 10,658 square feet.
Okay, all right. And you know that these are more than likely a deeper lot in such a way that you can subdivide a lot if they don't have a minimum frontage that is legally permissible?
And do you know what that is for the Charleswood area?
Well, the reality is that it all depends, mind you. There have different areas. Most of them are about 50 or 60 feet. Most of the properties there, and so now, if they're all around 50 feet, it would not be legally permissible to start subdividing and giving 25 feet any longer. That much I know. So if they're 60 feet, even then, they're not going to be, as long as it's not legally permissible by the permits branch to offer that, it's not going to happen. Just a rebuttal. We don't have to argue it in details. What I'm saying is that these properties here, for the sake of the panel, they are not subdividable because they're deeper lot. They have contributory value. Indeed, they will have a higher value than if your property is 6,400 square feet. But the fact that it's got deeper lot, it contributes more to value, but it doesn't double the value.
I'm sorry, you're just making an assumption that it is not subdividable.
I'm not
Just
making
like
an
I'm
assumption.
saying that it is possible that
I'm
it
not
could be.
making an assumption. I saw it before I came.
So
I
it
know-
doesn't say the frontage though.
No, I don't have it here, but when I looked at the map to know that there were ditches and so on, that's when I recognized the lot where the house is situated, and you can't tear down the house any longer, more especially if you already have a house. Whether it be 90 feet or 60 feet or 70 feet, it's on the middle, how can you subdivide that when the house is 10 years or 15 years old.
I think,
None was built on 15-foot lot. Anyways, that's for the panel.
yeah, I think that just to address that, if you look over one street on Laxdale, what happened is they bought the lot, they tore down the house, and then they subdivided and built 2 new houses.
I don't have the
Unfortunately, I did
specific-
not take that data because it was not within that period.
I did not have the specifics, so I can't make a comment. All right, those are my observations and so on only, and the rest is up to the panel. I don't know that I need to, ask any more questions at this point in time.
Thank you. Ms. Repo?
I noticed from the pictures you have provided for us that your house has ditches in
Correct,
front of it.
yes, that's
Do
correct.
these comparables have ditches in front of them that you're aware of?
Haney would have ditches, and they're probably fairly comparable. There's no sidewalks, they're narrower streets. So that one's probably more comparable, but then again, it has a huge lot. And then Fairmont has some ditches, I think maybe not quite as deep. I looked at pictures
They
on
have
Google.
ditches.
Yeah, they do have, but Stockdale and Bloomer do not.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Davidson?
I just have one question. You had indicated that your assessment started out at $4.99. It went to $5.16, and now it's sitting at $6.07.
It didn't actually start at $4.99, that's just kind of like maybe in 2014, I had argued to have it set there. They had tried to go to, I think, $5.79 at one point, and I had to come to the
Okay.
board. So I don't have those numbers in front of
So
me.
that was a reduction at the Board of Revision then for that
Correct.
cycle.
Correct.
And so then when it was 5.16, that was on the notice, and you didn't, that wasn't the result of an appeal, it was simply,
That is the only one I have not appealed since we moved into our home.
okay, thank you,
Yeah.
thanks a lot.
Thank you. Did you prepare this?
With my dad, like I said, there is gonna be some errors, cause I just noticed that all of the data for the, talking about the full baths and stuff, you only started on mine and then the rest of them get filled in, so I will take.
So put your little
Exactly.
burst in regards to, okay. So, the spreadsheet is like just unbelievable. It's very good. I guess of all the comparables that are here, they all sold, didn't they?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. But what I noticed is that in your spreadsheet here,
Mhm.
there's none that the assessor used. Did you notice
Yes,
that?
I did notice that, sir.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
So, and there's quite a variation. It's unbelievable. Mind you, your sale prices go from 16 to 18, okay?
Mhm.
So, but I just, just wanted to, point that out. I think you'll leave it to us, but we'll have to sort of go in depth, through this, so.
I'm sorry, there's a lot of data there.
But it's fine, it's just, yeah. Mr. Ramsey, what summation if you want?
No, I think I've said enough. I think.
Anything further?
No, thank you very much for your
All
time,
right.
I appreciate it.
I thank you very much for your presentation and
And your patience.
and we'll give you results very soon.
Thank you.
So, thank you. Is, Lori, do you have to move your car or anything, or
I hate
you?
to say, yeah, but I can go, I
Okay,
can
do
probably go
one
to
more?
maybe
One-
4:15,
Okay.
4:20.
Okay, so let's do another one. Bloomer? Bloomer? Bloomer?
I'm 673 Campbell, and I just asked the person ahead of me, he's on the meeting, so.
What's that?
This is 673 Campbell Street.
Okay, did he say go ahead?
The other person which is ahead of me, it's on the meeting, so,
Okay,
yeah.
so what property are you?
673 Campbell Street.
Oh, so where did Boomer go?
On the meeting. He's
Bloomer.
on the meeting.
He's
I'm
in
sorry?
a meeting?
Yeah, I just actually checked in the front reception, and I asked if he's here.
So
and
he's
she
not
said
here?
He's not here.
Okay, Campbell then.
Yes.
Okay, okay, come on forward.
All right.
Okay. Oh, wait a second, we just did, no, we didn't.
What
Okay,
happened to
okay.
Waterloo?
that's a no-show.
Okay.
Okay, Waterloo? No, we're not there yet.
Waterloo's a no-show.
Okay, that's a no-show anyway. Anyways, you're representing Campbell, right?
Yes.
673 Campbell Street.
That's right.
So we'll have you sworn in or affirmed, either one. Okay. Okay, yeah, okay.
So would you like to stand by them?
Sure.
Okay. Please state your name. Do you swear that the evidence you're about to present is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
So thank you for your patience. So, Mr. Renfrewat, you can take us through the property.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. How do I think
There's a recommendation here.
yeah, well, maybe I didn't speak with the appellant because maybe there was no contact.
You did spoke with me
I did speak with
Yeah.
you. Don't always
2
believe.
days ago, just before the weekend.
Don't always believe.
Just make
I
it,
see that
just
I
make
can-
it short for 1 second. There's a recommendation. Are you aware of the recommendation? Are you aware of the recommendation? And you're probably not going to accept it.
Yes, yes, yeah,
Is that correct?
that's right.
Mr. Ramswatt, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. All right. Bear with me 1 moment, Mr. Chairman, if you don't mind.
I understand.
Okay,
those. I will wait until the
Okay,
next one, yeah.
okay, that's fine.
No problem.
Okay, you'll be next then, okay?
Yes.
Okay, now subject property, 673 Campbell Street. With the roll number 12062148000 in Central River Heights. A little more about the property, it's a one-story single-family home. It was built in 1953 and is 1,045 square feet with no finishing in the basement. 6,000 square feet is a lot size and $347,000 was calibrated previously for the property for assessed value, and after analyzing the comparables, I thought that $323,000 is a fair value, Mr. Chairman, and unfortunately, I still think so. She of course disagrees, so that's why we're here. Now, there are 4 comparables here that are been selected to look at it and make the adjustments when we can. Each of these comparables is in actually Central River Heights in the same neighborhood characteristic area. Each of them is one-story single-family home. And would you believe they're all except one was sold, built in 1953. The only one is 1954, and that's virtually the same age. All right. As for the size of the home, indeed, the subject property, as I look at it, is slightly smaller than the rest. But not by much for comparable number 3, but a little bit more for the rest of the other comparables. The subject property, as I said, doesn't have a finished basement. All the other characteristics you can see. And the lot size is highly similar to that, so there will be virtually no difference in value, although there are a few hundred square feet in difference in size of the lot. Now, let's go straight then to the time adjusted sale price and see what we're looking at. Comparable number 1 at 1,114 square feet is $331,000. Excuse me. Comparable number 2 at 1,167 square feet is $366,000. And comparable number 3 at 1,091 square feet at $367,000. And then the last one at 1,180 square feet at $347,800. I see there, like, if you're to look at some point in time, I don't emphasize it a great deal, I look more on the value than the square footage, but I try to have it supported somehow by square footage. There's not much of a difference. At $309.10 per square foot for the subject property, we're not much different from the rest of them in terms of value, and looking at it, I thought 323 is okay, and that's it for my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions of the assessor?
Yes, actually, he has a 539 Burbank and 544 Burbank on, in his presentation, and I do have 528 Burbank, which wasn't provided, and that one sold at,
Okay, that's gonna be your presentation, okay?
yeah.
So, just in regards to what you heard from the assessor, do you have any questions in regards to just their brief?
Yes. The properties provided, it doesn't show if it's a finished or unfinished basement, and I think for the value of the home, it's, it makes a difference
Can
if
ask
it's
the-
finished or unfinished.
Put it in the form of a question to the assessor.
Yeah.
So, your question is about the basement?
Yes.
So, direct that to the
Yeah.
assessor?
Yeah, so why the properties you provided here are, it doesn't explain if it's a finished or unfinished basement?
Yours doesn't have a finished basement, I
Doesn't have it,
recognize that,
right,
as the rest of
yes.
them have it. And although it might be okay to get the size of the basement, typically these basements run about 60% of the size of what the basement is. The rec room, that is the finished basement. Most of them, as from what we see historically, is about 60% of a basement finish. So yes, there is some value there.
Because
I can recognize that.
if you go to the assessment, web page, it shows basement finished or basement unfinished, so.
That's
And
true.
I think like if the basement is finished, it adds a significant value to
Of
the
course,
property.
yes, it
so,
does.
Yeah,
It does.
Yeah.
It does. And it's the basement finish is calibrated based on the size of it. Now, this is always a yes or a no. This basement finish in some cases can be, I'm not suggesting this is what it is. One house could have 180 square feet basement finish. It's going to be in a one room, but you say yes. The next door room would also say yes and have maybe 800 square feet basement finish. You don't know that until we look into it in more details. I didn't do that necessarily to check to see what this is all about. I just came up with a value, presented that to you, and when you didn't accept it, I thought this is the next best place to decide it, and they would make that decision. That was my reasoning behind it. Whilst I'm on the subject of the value here, perhaps Mrs. Sherman would want to know why I didn't go much lower, because the current assessment, like 2018 and 19, is $325,000, and perhaps it's one of the reasons that I didn't want to go any lower than that. See, we didn't get to discuss it much, or maybe I told you that we had 325 and I can do that, and once you said you weren't going to accept it, I think maybe there was no point in debating it any further.
Do you have
Because
any
frankly, I
further-
don't know what.
Do you have any
to think.
further questions of the assessor? No. Mr. Ranvilat, can
Yes,
you put in the written form here, the recommendation was 323, but did I hear 320?
323, 323.
323?
323 is the
Okay.
same thing. If you want to go 320, Mr. Chairman, I have no problem with that.
Okay, no, I just want, you had maybe changed the figure. So what figures is it?
No,
Is
it's
it
323,
323?
323, Mr. Chairman.
Okay,
That's
okay.
what I know.
That's, so, okay. Ms. Rempo, questions?
Yes, I'm just wondering what you think the average value of a finished basement would be.
Well, it all depends on the size. Now, if you talk about average, as I mentioned, typically when people build something downstairs as for recreation purposes, it's about 60% of the size of the basement. When I look at the 1954 property here, most of them, if they had any basement, it should have been done a long time ago, in which case the value there would be less there than it would be in a new neighborhood. That said, you could look at basement finish between 15, I'm gonna say, it's reasonable to think that between $15 and $20 per square foot would be a reasonable value for basements in an older neighborhood like this.
Okay,
When it goes to a new neighborhood, you're looking at $30 or more.
so I'm looking at your comparison number 1, and it looks like it's a very good comparison. It's larger, it's got a finished basement though, and it's got a detached single garage, whereas the subject property has a detached multiple garage and no finished basement. Would you say that is the best comparison to the subject property?
Well, as I'm looking at it here with you, I can say all these comparables are so highly similar, and I can easily pick the lowest value there, and then start thinking, well, let's look at the lowest value, the one that is $321,000, which is comparable number 1. And if I thought that $323,000 is an assessed value, I did take into consideration when I compare just those two, the subject and number 1, yes, I am seeing a single garage versus a double garage. Although right now I can't know exactly how old is the garage and what difference in value. And no, I don't know the size of your basement finish. I mean, I know that the basement rather is not finished, and so the other ones I don't exactly know how much it is in terms of size. That's why I came up with the $323,000 through the reconciliation process.
Okay, thank you, that's all my questions.
So I discounted by about $10,000.
Ms. Davidson?
Has this subject property been inspected?
No, I didn't get the chance to inspect the property.
And is it, what condition is it deemed to be,
Average.
just based on the age sort of thing? Okay, and the comps are deemed to be average too?
Average.
Okay, so there's no assumption of any structural issues in any of these or any other issues?
No.
Okay, thank you. That was all my questions, thanks.
I thank you. I have no questions, so the floor is yours, madam.
Thank you very much. I believe the Arab property at 673 Campbell is significantly over-assessed compared with the similar properties in the immediate neighborhood. And I picked 3 addresses. One is right across the back lane, assessed at 672 Burbank. It's assessed at 322, which is $22,000 less than our property. It's 100 square feet larger than ours. It's and everything else seems the same.
Would you happen to know the dates of these sales?
This is not a sale, this is just a comparable one. So did you want me to leave this at the end and just do the sales first?
Yeah, I'm just looking at your sheet 1, and it says that it's sold in regards to the attached.
Okay, so we just do the sold first, right?
Yeah.
Okay, all right,
Yeah, if you don't mind.
Because I just pulled it out because there is, with these 3, there is, first one is $22,000 less than assessed value.
Okay, but
The next one is 30, and the third one is 55,000. So I just want to show what is the difference in the very similar properties, just the assessed value.
Yeah, but
Okay.
we're after, basically,
The
we're after
sales.
sales.
Okay.
You know,
All right,
now,
let's go there.
is there a date in here somewhere
Sorry?
for 686 Campbell Street? It's sold.
Yes, that
Okay.
one is sold.
And do you know when it's sold?
I got that from the sales data from the website.
On the website, but you didn't put any dates in there, right?
That's right.
Or is there dates?
It sold 12/16,
December 16th.
December,
Okay. Where do you get that
16.
information?
It's
Is
attached.
it,
it's
okay,
attached.
okay. You may proceed. Yeah, oh, I see it here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so that property, the assessor compared properties 539 Burbank and 544 Burbank. And that one is just right there. That's the next line, and that one wasn't taken into consideration. That property sold, 528 Burbank sold for 291,200, and this is the time adjusted value, and it sold at 60, almost 61,000 below the assessment value. Okay, so for me this is very comparable. The property is 40 feet larger than ours. Has the same finished basement as ours, and exactly the same size of the lot.
So what value have you concluded for your property?
So right now I'm just going through the sales. I have another four
Okay,
properties.
you can,
Yes?
yeah,
Can I do that?
yeah,
Okay.
absolutely.
All right, so I have 686 Campbell Street, which was assessed at 330,000, sold for 302,500, and this is with the time adjusted sale, which is 27,500 below the sale value, below the assessment value. Okay, and this is just few houses over on our street. The next one, I have 660 Montrose, which was assessed at 330, sold at 296,100, another almost $34,000 below the assessed value. All of these properties are very comparable. The 686 Campbell, it's few feet smaller, has the same finished basement, same land. The Montrose, it's 30 feet larger. All of them are kind of the same year, like within 2 or 3 years of the age, has finished basement, exactly the same land. 33,900 below the assessed value. And my last property is 586 Niagara, was assessed at 338, sold at 271, which is $67,000 below the assessed value. And I also have a property, which is property right across from our street. I don't know if you take it into the consideration because it was just sold maybe 3 months ago. It's exactly the same house as ours.
Well, it's post-reference for.
Yeah, so we
okay.
could just forget about
But
it, right?
you can say it, but it is post-reference, so.
So I just want to let you know that property was on the market for probably 6-7 months, and it sold at, was assessed 8,000 less than our property. It was at 339,000, and it was sold at 310,000, which is $29,000 below the assessment value. So this is the sales, and we do have a major structural problem. If you look right at the end, below the sales, there is 2 pictures provided of our basement.
So these are pictures of your
of
basement?
the basement floor, yeah.
Okay.
And, yeah, sometimes it seems like we are afraid that one day we're going to fall into that crack and disappear. So, it's we do have contractors,
And you do have an estimate in regards to?
we do have an estimate, it's
Which
just
is
like.
47,000?
It's 47,000. If you look through to the next page, he recommends also additional wall, doing the fourth wall as well. And it comes to 68,708.
And that's your presentation?
That's my presentation.
Okay.
So we actually are seeking value of considering the prices of neighboring properties, the sales, on average minus the repairs we have to do, we asking for 250,000.
Okay, I thank you. Mr. Ramsawat, questions?
Just to record what you're asking,
250,000.
this might surprise you, Mr. Sherman, no question,
Okay, I thank you.
evidence presented.
Ms. Rempel?
Yes, I'm just wondering where this picture was taken. This is in your basement?
This is the basement floor, this is the wall, and it's like maybe less than a foot away from the wall.
This is a finished wall in the basement?
Sorry?
Is this a finished wall
This is
in the
just
basement?
yeah, this is the wall, yeah.
Okay, thank you, that's all my questions.
I thank you. Ms. What?
And we have, besides that, this is just, like we have constant water coming into it. It's lots of cracks. Whenever it's a bigger rain, we always have water, so we never are, if we go somewhere, travel, we never know what we're going to come to, so everything has to be very seriously redone and
Ms. Davidson?
lifted, so.
I have no questions, thank you.
Summation, either party?
No, Mr. Chairman, you can, instead of 323, you can make that 320.
Final word? Just leave it with us,
Yes.
okay? Results very soon. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you for your time.
And thank you for your time.
Sorry, I'm not a great speaker, but I
No,
did my
you did
best.
very well, that's fine.
Number 62. Oh. Okay, you want to
Just
go?
don't slip.
Okay, we'll get you settled, okay? We're just gonna take a 5-minute break. We're ready to go, so we'll call the hearing back to order, and we'll have the appellant sworn in. Okay, number 60,
62 Bloomer Crescent, number 12.
62 Bloomer?
So, please say your name.
Stephen Cole.
Do you affirm that the evidence you're about to present is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Well, Mr. Goldstein, thank you for your patience. So we'll first hear from the assessor. Mr. Ramsawat, whenever you're ready.
What's the address, Mr. Chairman? Address?
62 Bloomer
Crescent.
Yep, sorry.
Number 12.
Okay, thank you. Okay, here we go, or almost, okay. This is what I prefer. For 62 Bloomer Crescent with the roll number 010012555000 in childhood, and it's possible that this may also be another infill home at some point, is it?
It was the whole street, Bloomer Crescent, was a kind of an infill development in the late 90s, early 2000s.
Okay, just a varsity view around that area there, some older properties, actually a different street or so. Okay, now it's a 2-story single family home over the property was built in 1997. It is 2,349 square feet, and we have the rest of the characteristics of the home. 684 square feet is a swimming pool, by the way, and the swimming pool went in a year after the house was built. That was in 1998. $601,000 assessed value, and yes, I am aware that it was sold recently, another post-reference sale that I couldn't do much about. And so I decided now that I'm going to let the board decide on this one based on the evidence presented. Okay, now we have 4 comparables. Comparable number 1, same neighborhood characteristic area, built in 2004, so it is a bit newer. And it's about virtually the same size with a finished basement, and it is well, the lot sizes of these properties are purely highly similar, except in the last one possibly. This one here, the subject property, this one probably is $642,000. So that's we're looking at about $40,000 difference. So where are we seeing the difference? Why is it that this property in Stockdale would be a little bit higher in terms of what it is sold for, and yet the subject property has a swimming pool and is highly similar? I can see perhaps a little bit of age difference, but not by much. And otherwise, for $2,000 difference, you would justify, and the swimming pool would justify a value of 601. Now, I'm not taking away from the fact it was bought. We bought it recently for whatever money that you can see there. Comparable number 2 then is number 16 Gap Cove, built in 1990, and it's slightly smaller. Also has a finished basement, and this one is $543,000. So $543,000, we're seeing a home that is a little bit smaller and a little bit older and no swimming pool. So based on that, it should be higher than the $543,000 when we make those kinds of adjustments for no swimming pool, and a little bit reconciliation will be done for the age of the home, perhaps a condition, and just a little bit for side, but not by much. Now we are also looking at comparable number 3, which is 63 Bramble Drive, almost 10 years older and almost a couple of hundred square feet smaller, $521,000, and justifiably so for this one here because it is older by almost 10 years and smaller by almost 200 square feet. And then there is the last one on number 38, Stonehaven Grove, which was which was built in 1984 but had apparently some kind of renovation to increase the effective age of the property. And this property here, still at 1994, would be a little bit older than 1997. No swimming pool of any of these comparables, and it's $575,000 for this assessed on this sale price on comparable number 4. So that's what we're looking at here on the time adjusted sale price for all these comparables. They range from a low of $521,000 to a high of $642,000. That would be the my presentation, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
I thank you. Questions of the assessor?
Yeah, I was just wondering if, have you ever seen or been through 62 Bloomer Crescent, my house?
No, I have not seen it, but I would have looked at the listing and the, let me see, was the property actually listed in MLS? Yes, it was. I would have seen the comparables in there. I'm looking at it right now, and yes, there's some pictures there as well. Yeah, I would have looked at it.
Okay, so you looked through
Only through MLS.
for 62, but you looked through the MLS for like
I would have
other
looked at the
comparables
rest
as
of
well?
them as well, yes.
Okay.
Further questions? Just in regards to what you've heard, that's all.
No, not
Nope.
this time.
Okay. Ms. Rempel,
I have no questions.
Ms. Davidson?
You indicated that you didn't inspect the property, but that you looked at the MLS pics for the subject and the comps.
I did.
So were there differences between them? Or is there anything to note?
But no, the property certainly, they look highly similar in terms of condition and so, you know.
So no real differences?
I don't know that I would, there's always reasons out there why somebody would pay more or less for a property, but I don't know that I can honestly say that there is much difference that I could see at the time. I knew it's been a week or more since I looked at it, right? So I can't say, but when I got this much information, when I've taken this much notes for my own self, the condition and different things and square footage of the basement and so on, excuse me, just for your information, we've went as far as determining what the price, what the value is going to be on this property without the swimming pool. And would you believe the value without the swimming pool would be $581,000? But I'm saying that for a reason. We talked earlier when you asked about what would be the typical value for a swimming pool, and here is where we see it. Well, I've done that, and how did I do that? I actually took the swimming pool out completely, let the computer calibrate the value, and come up with a value of $20,000. This is how we understand the values and so on that occurs in the marketplace.
Yeah, it's just more looking at the MLS pictures and whether there's anything substantially different, but there isn't. Thank you.
The floor is yours.
Okay.
Do you have any handouts for us, or is it
You know,
going to be verbal?
Unfortunately, I do not have any
That's
handouts.
fine.
It's mostly
That's
going to
okay.
be verbal. I'm
Yep.
not sure if presenting on
That's
from my computer
perfectly fine.
photos of the comparables, or if you have, or if there's
no,
anything that I can.
you're not supposed to use any electronic equipment.
Okay.
Okay? Cell phones and, so you can do it verbally.
Okay, I'm perfectly fine with that. So, I guess because the assessor has brought up the pool so much, I'll start there. That it's difficult to determine these days whether a pool is an asset or a liability. Often, people that are buying homes are filling them in. I'm not saying that's the case with us, but in our case, the pool was not heated, so there were some mechanical upgrades that are required. Also, in the yard and the lot surrounding the pool, the deck is original, cedar, not treated, requires replacement. We had to put nails in. I took a small piece of the deck out and it was filled with ants, so it needs to come down. We did get a quote from a landscaping company to do a multitude of landscaping work, but the deck and hardscape portion that would replace the existing deck came in at around $25,000. That compared to some of the other comparables I noticed in comparable 3 for 63 Bramble. If you notice in the pictures that there is a new hot tub and a new deck that's already in place. I really want to focus on comparable number 1. I don't believe that this should be included as a comparable. It seems like an outlier, not on paper and in these categories that are listed on the sheet. Yes, it's a similar size. It's in the same neighborhood. Has a lot of the same yeses and nos in terms of garage and bathrooms, etc., full basement. But when you look into the details a little bit further, the interior, the finishings, there's quite a number of differences between the two, which leads to the price difference between them. What the time adjusted sale price is at $642,000, and albeit I understand that our recent purchase price is not so-called admissible, but the almost $100,000 less that we paid for our house. So the first thing is the basement. Looking through the basement, there's a full kitchen down there, high-end finishings. The bar that has the kitchen has a tap for pouring beer from a keg, for example. So it's gone to that level of finishings. I spoke to my realtor about this, who does house assessments and very experienced, and he estimated the basement value would be $55,000 for that house. It also, the house itself was a custom build versus my property, which is just sort of a track built house off of a certain template of house that they were building in the development. The garage for comparable one at 35 Stockdale is 30 feet by 24 feet, so significantly larger. The driveway is the custom, the pebblestone driveway, so a higher cost to install. So those are just naming a few. The flooring throughout the house has been upgraded in comparable number one, whereas in my house it's the original tile flooring that runs throughout the main floor and in the kitchen, which isn't desirable anymore, especially to my wife. And so if you take a closer look at the 35 Stockdale house and property as a whole, I think it's pretty apparent that it's not necessarily a fair comparable.
So what value are you seeking?
So I do, looking closer at comparable 2 and 3, and I will answer your question, those seem like more adequate comparables that have similar finishings, that if you take into account the sale price per square foot, and apply it to the size of our house, then it brings us to a value of around $555,000, which is what I'm requesting.
So 555?
555, 000.
Okay. And that's your presentation?
Yep. Yeah, the other one I wanted to mention, comparable for, also a custom built house, so not necessarily in the same class as 2 and 3 and my house as well. So there's for sure finishings in there as well. I'm sorry that I don't have pictures, but if you do look into the MLS sale listing for comparable 438 Stonehaven, you will see upgrades that you will not see in our house, like flooring, the ensuite, the kitchen, etc.
I thank you, sir.
Okay.
Questions, Mr. Ramsawat?
No questions.
Ms. Rempel?
I have no questions, thank you.
Ms. Davidson?
Just a really quick one. We've talked about the differences in, or you guys have, in the comps and the finishings and such. Have there been any upgrades to your house, either like sort of soon before you bought it, or maybe after you bought it, like in terms of anything?
The things that I'm aware of are the roof and fascia soffits. New air conditioner was recently installed. And I believe the hot water tank is, within the last 6 or 7 years. The interior finishings, the kitchen is original, flooring, bathrooms are all original, so there's lots of 90s feel when you walk into that house.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, I have no questions, so summation on either party?
No, you are my evidence. Mr. Chairman, no, I don't have anything to add.
Final word?
No, I think, despite the lack of visual evidence, if you do go in to look at the interior and the finishings of the house, it tells a better story than just the table that's in front of you for the comparables, and that 555 is a fair value for our assessment.
I thank you very kindly for your presentation. Thanks for your patience.
No, thank you for nominating me.
And results very soon.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oakenwald Avenue.
Finally.
We'll get you sworn in.
Can I just get a glass of water?
Oh, sure. Yeah. swear this guy in, please.
Do you want to swear or affirm?
Affirm.
Okay, so please state your name.
Max Cocker.
Do you affirm that the evidence you're about to present is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? Thank you.
All right, we'll first hear from the assessor. So, Mr. Manzawatt, whenever you're ready, you can take us through.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now, for the subject property at 926 Oaken Wall, with the roll number 030 81821000, a little of the subject property in Centwest Park. It's a 1.5-story home, single family. It was built in 1947 on 4 records. It was some sort of renovation done to the home at some point in time. 1,572 square feet is the size of the building. And what we have here, when you see a full part basement, I'll tell you what we have. We have a basement of 768 square feet, and we have an additional area that wouldn't have a basement under it, most certainly, and if it does, it might just be a crawl space possibly, but that's not counted for a basement, and that's 264 square feet for the additional area. That's what we have. For this home, it's what we also have for records is 330 square feet for the basement finish, which is probably about half as much as the size of the basement. 7,565 square feet is the size of the lot, and $352,000 is the assessed value. All the comparables are in the same neighborhood characteristic area in Crescent Park. Each of the comparables is 1.5-story single family home. And let's look at what we see here for the comparables. Comparable number 1 then, built in 1954. To 1,352 square feet, which is slightly smaller than that of the subject property. And the lot size is slightly smaller. And the value of $300,000, which when we make the difference between the size of the house, the two houses, we can see a little bit of difference right there. When you look at price per square foot, that sort of accounts for it. Comparable number 2 then is 2 Kenneth Street. It's a 1.5-story single family home, was built in 1950. 1,119 square feet is the size of this building, which is a little smaller than that of the subject property as well. A lot size is almost 6,000 square feet, and it's $330,000 for this comparable. Then there is comparable number 3, which is 701 South Drive, single family home, built in 1922 and has effectively a change in 1930. It is slightly smaller, bigger rather than that of the subject property, and the lot size is also slightly larger, and it's $390,000. So the size and of the house would account for, and the lot size and so would account for a slightly higher value. Then there's comparable number 4 on the same, actually now that I'm looking at it, it's almost next door.
It is next door.
Right?
Yeah.
It's 1.5-story, built in 1947 with effective age that is similar to that of the subject property and smaller at $341,000. So I can't help but thinking then that comparable number 4 is the comparable that is more highly similar, except of course for the size of the home. But when we look at the price and the value, $341,000 as opposed to $352, with that slight difference, I couldn't make a recommendation for anything that is different than the $362,000. That's the assessed value, and that's my presentation, Mr. Chairman.
Give us that figure again.
I beg your pardon?
Did you say there was a recommendation?
No, I said I could
Okay,
not,
that's fine.
couldn't make a
Okay.
recommendation.
Okay. Questions of the assessor, please?
Yes, do you think that a 75-foot lot would actually be a benefit to a property or detriment?
You know, I don't think that, looking at what I see here, these properties, they all have some kind of a commercial influence or so. And I don't know that a 75-foot lot versus, say, 6,000 square feet lot is in comparison number 2 and then comparison number 1. I don't know that there's going to be much difference in the size of the lot, but a little bit. But again, it gets tricky here. We're not talking about thousands of dollars or tens of thousands of dollars. You know, it does contribute a little bit more to value, and somebody will look at it. If all things are equal with another property, they will choose yours, right? If they don't have to pay any more money. The chances are that yours is going to be a little bit more than if it is just 5,000 square feet.
Okay.
Nothing further?
No.
Okay. Ms. Rumpel?
I have nothing.
Ms. Davidson?
I have no questions either.
I have no questions. The floor is yours. Do you have a handout or
I
anything?
don't have a handout, I just have
But you
one-
can give it to us verbal.
Yeah, one
Okay.
property that is not on the comparables, which I think is probably the closest one to us, and that is 857 Oakenwall. It is half a block from my house. It's 1947, and it was sold in 2016 for $280,000. And it was adjusted price of $303,000. It's a 75-foot lot, the only difference being it is on a corner, and it's half a block from my house. And so my contention is that in my area, my neighborhood, which goes from Pembina Highway, I'm 10 houses from Pembina Highway, on Oakenwald Avenue. It goes from Pembina Highway down to Wicklow Avenue. Oakenwald is actually the extension of McGillivray Boulevard. And so for the block that I live in, we sometimes experience heavy traffic loads for an hour in the morning, usually about 8 o'clock, 8:30, and also at 3:30, 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The traffic lineup goes right to Pembina Highway all the way down to Wicklow. And so in the particular area that I live in, which is again 10 houses from Pembina Highway and a very busy portion of Oakenwald Avenue, I think that my particular, the amenities that I have are affected severely by the traffic flow that's in my neighborhood. And so the ability for me to actually sell my house is impacted quite a bit by the traffic flow on Oakenwald Avenue. And as well as the fact, I suppose, that there's only one sidewalk on my side of the street as opposed to no sidewalk on the other side. But the main thing sort of for me is the traffic flow. And as a result of that, I just don't see how I could possibly get $352,000 for my home. That corner lot, which is, like I say, is half a block from my house, it's still further away from Pembina than I am, was assessed at $280,000 in 2016, or was actually sold for $280,000 in 2016, and it was an adjusted value of $303,000. I think $303,000 and change. Is closer to what I would think that I'd like to see for my house. Even though that one is in a corner lot and further away from Pembina Highway, I don't know, maybe that balances out, I'm not sure. That's really the extent of my presentation. I don't want to waste your time. I just don't think I can
So,
get $352,000.
conclude value for us, what you're seeking.
Assessed value at 857 is $335. And, if I was to take it, the value for my home, I'd take that.
Mr. Renzo, what questions?
What else can you tell me or tell us about the 57 open wall. Let me give you an idea of what I'm looking for.
Sure.
Is it a bungalow, is it a two-story room? Is it
Oh, it's a
one-story
1.5
room?
story.
It's a 1.5 story.
1.5 story, 1,600 square feet,
How many?
1,600,
1,600?
yeah.
Okay. And you say it's a sold for 280. What do you know about it? Any condition? Anything
It's about the same
wrong?
condition as my house. My house is in 1947, theirs is 1947. They put a 1965 date on my house, but, I mean, I still suffer from all the problems that a 1947 build has, right? I got cracks in my foundation, and I had to replace my collapsed sewer. You know, even with my addition, the house at 857, I assume they had a similar size of addition because they've now got it at 1,600 square feet, whereas mine is 1575 or whatever it is, 1572. So very similar size, similar date, had an addition, or single detached garage. These other houses, by the way, can I just mention something about the other houses that are used as comparables? 927 Crescent Drive, that one, you know, I can't really dispute that other than the fact that it's a smaller property. And to be honest with you, the 75-foot lot is not a selling point, I don't think, on my street. It actually increases your taxation, and therefore, it's one of those things when people are looking at properties, they say, hey, with that kind of taxation, I don't think I really want to go into that kind of a house, right? The other aspect of the comparable 701 South Drive, that's one of the most Tony streets in Winnipeg. That is probably, you know, if that's not Sterling Lyon's old house, then it's next door to Sterling Lyon's old house, right? It's right at the corner of Point Road and South Drive, which is really where, you know, I mean, that is a really Tony part of the city. 930 Oakenwald Avenue, that's my next door neighbor. Now, I hate to say this, but they overpaid, right? They're, you know, I mean, it's just one of those things. I have no excuse other than the fact that I think they just overpaid for that house. The market being what it was at the time, they bid high and wanted to get that house. They also had some serious renovations done to it before they bought it. They've had it complete. Windows replaced and foundations completely redone and so forth. So, not redone, but patched. You know what I mean? So I'd like to take 701 South Drive right off the table, right off the bat. And as far as Kenneth Street goes, I don't know what made that house so appealing to those people at that point either, other than a multiple garage.
Mr. Ramsey, questions?
Yeah, I
further?
see here, perhaps I should ask this question. How long have you owned your home?
30 years.
Pardon?
30 years.
30 years. And in 1999, you took out a permit for $400,000, did you, for an addition of $278,000?
That's correct, yeah.
So that was where that.
That's right, that's the addition. Yeah, there's no basement there. It's a crawl space.
So you would know from now, based on discussion and things we discussed so far today, that when there is an addition or an upgrade to a home, an effective age change is relevant.
Yes.
Okay. And so it's reasonable to think that it's no longer 1947. It wouldn't be a 2007, but certainly no longer a
I agree.
1947 home.
Yeah.
And so now we're comparing something that is close by, that next door, that is smaller, also probably has some renovation, and it's $341,000. But when you said that you think that you overpaid for the home, what made you come to that conclusion?
Overpaid for their home?
Yeah.
Yeah, just, well, I really don't know.
Okay.
The only thing I can base that on is that I think that their prospective incomes are much higher than what mine are.
I'll tell you what, and this is relevant. This is something that, no, this is not intended to be a joke, because I don't try to make jokes when we do this. it's okay for us to remember that nobody is smart enough to save hundreds of thousands of dollars and and dumb enough not to shop around,
Yeah,
alright? So people typically, when they go there, when you're buying a home, you would want the one that appeals mostly for the least price, wouldn't you?
right.
Okay. No more question about
I
why
thank
you
you.
paid more or less.
Ms. Rempel?
I don't think I have any questions.
David?
Thank you.
I have no questions either.
Just one. The house next door, is it similar to yours?
Yes, very similar. Yeah,
Okay.
essentially, he's got dormers in front and back of the story and a half.
Okay. Summation, either party?
No.
No?
No, my only basis is that on that one house at 857, that's as close as I could find with a 75-foot lot. It's 1.5 stories, 1,600 square feet. I think it's approximately the same. I don't know what deduction you would take for being on a corner. Age-wise, I think it's fairly similar too. Like I say, I think that I suffer from usual maladies with the 1947 house. I have cracks in my foundation, and not like everybody else does it in my neighborhood, but sewers collapsing and whatnot. So it's, it may seem it's all roses, but it's I like the fact that we had an addition, and I'm sure that improves the value of our home, but it's not possible to get 352,000.
Okay, thank you for coming. Thank you for your presentation and results very soon.
Okay.
And unfortunately, you had to be last.
It's all right.
Thank you.
Somebody's got to be last.
So thank you.
Yeah. I appreciate your time.
Okay.
Thanks a
No
lot.
problem. Thanks a lot.
Mr. Lorenzo, what we have to do, I think, 132 Buxton Road.
130.
Yeah, they're not here. They left, but they left material, and our secretaries confirmed that we're okay to do that. Normally, we would postpone it,
Okay.
okay? But I think under the circumstances, we can probably deal with it.
Okay.
Is that okay? So, thank you. So you can take us through, I'm sorry? Oh, don't write on mine.
Don't
Okay.
write on it.
Okay, so you can take us through 132 Buxton Road.
Okay. All right, Mr. Sherman, thank you. All right.
And because they're not here, you can briefly summarize it.
Okay, all right. Typically, you still like the rule number on that, right?
Oh, definitely,
Okay. All
definitely.
right, for 132 Buxton Road, roll number 030-808-90000. All right, one story, single family, 1950. What are we looking at? We're looking at each of the comparables then in the same currently road area. Each of the comparables is as a subject, single family, one story. The years they were built around the same time, the size of it was about the same. And the information I have on the rec room, they're about, each of the properties about half the size of the basement that is finished, so they're highly comparable. Going down, what else am I seeing here? The permit for the subject property in 2016 was for $20,000 garage. So what the other properties also have garages, but some of them are older, they're single garages. And I'll discuss that as we go on because I have to make a point here. The lot size is highly similar. I would not be making any kind of adjustment, I don't think, for lot size. So, what am I looking at here for time adjusted sale price? $330,000 for one, $330,000 for two, $305,000 for three, and $311,000 for comparable number 4. We have this subject property, $336,000. I am going to take into consideration that a 528 square feet garage is going to add a little bit more value. In other words, whether it be just a few $1,000s, it will be higher than the garages for compartment number 2, compartment number 3, and compartment number 4. Why? Because they're single garages and because they're older garages, much older. When we don't have the exact size, we typically have the same age as that for the building, so they are older.
Excuse me.
The only property that has a garage that would not be much of a difference in value with compartment number 1 built in 2004 garages at 440 square feet. And by that one is $330,000. So we're looking then at the other two compartments that are a little bit older. The subject property I know is the highest value of $326,000. I don't know that I have, oh yeah, we have a $295,000, you may want to know this, $295,000 for the assessment for this year, and last year, that's $295,000. So I can see where these guys are thinking that with a $40,000 or close, let me see if I do my maths here, 10,
What's that?
95, 10, 20, 30, $41,000, right? I think you may want to know that. 295. That's a 13% increase. Maybe that's part of what they were arguing, I guess. When the garage was built in 2016, I'm trying to figure out, Mr. Chairman, I don't happen to know if that's a supplementary assessment or not. I'm thinking here as we speak.
Well, on their attachment, it says it's taken into account during the last assessment.
I beg your pardon?
It was
It
included
says-
in the last assessment.
On
It was
their-
included, take into account over last assessment?
Yeah.
Okay, so it was already there
On
then.
the rule, yeah.
Okay, 2018, all right, that's good enough. Okay, so 336, I don't know if you're wondering if you think I should make a recommendation on that or any such thing like that. And if I do, I would say maybe, what am I looking at? I'm going to ignore the last assessment, although I mentioned what it is because I can only talk about what I happen to have here. And do the comparison between the other properties, more especially recommendation related. We believe in 2015 it was I who had actually made a recommendation, and then so 275 for whatever reason, then it went up some more. I suppose, Mr. Chairman, that there might be some room for negotiation here. I know that the homeowner is not here to tell us what's going on. I don't know if they actually told you how much they want. I don't know that before they left. They'll probably just say that it's...
Well, to tell you
it's a
the
good idea
truth,
if I know what it is that they're asking before I leave here.
he never specified, okay?
They did or didn't?
No, they didn't. They just mentioned that from the last assessment, it was up 14%, which was
Yeah,
high.
I just calculated
Okay.
13.8%.
So if you want to come in with a recommendation, let's hear it.
Yeah, we're bargaining here and dealing. What would I say? On the 330 for sure. Let me just see here. Well, it's up to you, but I'm going to suggest $325,000. Now, I don't necessarily want to take advantage of somebody who's not here, but if he was here, I'd probably say that. Because, you know, Mr. Chairman, I leave the rest to you. I mean, when we go, we get... It doesn't matter what I think, it's matter what the three of you think when I leave here.
Okay. That's fine. Ms. Ripple, questions?
I have no questions, thank you.
Ms. Davidson?
Just really quick, so you're making the recommendation to reduce to 325, basically looking at the fact that the other comps, the square foot amount and the total sale price is lower? Is that kind of what your basis is?
Okay, now that you've asked that question, we'll quickly go on a little bit further and see, because you mentioned square footage.
Yeah,
I
it comes
typically
back
like
to
to-
347.
Yeah, no, you come up to still 342. Yeah, let's be reasonable. If I were to do this, I am taking into consideration, we have a new garage there, but a new garage is not all value, but everything comes, right? It's a little bit of this and a little bit of that. I would then go, maybe I'm not quite finished yet, because if I was to do that, it was 949. I'll revise that and make it $320,000. What you do would be something I would see into before my weekend.
All right. We're just gonna do a little cleanup
Okay, yeah,
Okay.
before you leave here.
when you're ready.
Okay, which one?
So we're going to do number 2 on the docket.
Number 2.
Number
you asked them to
34.
see them?
Wilson, I, Bay.
Okay. I want you to know that I did have a conversation with a gentleman.
Yes.
I've encouraged him to come by.
Okay.
I thought that when I spoke with him first, he said he couldn't make it on a Tuesday. It is Tuesday, yes. He couldn't make it on Tuesdays, and so I more or less wasn't expecting him to be here, but I encouraged him to come anyways. Because there is going to be a supplementary assessment on this property. That's why I asked him to come. And I said, in any case, make sure he knows about it, because the $437,000 that you see there, by the way, before going forward, you want me to start with talking about
Just,
roll number
I
or those
think,
things? Or not?
yeah, just read the roll number and, the roll number and the brief description, and I think that is it.
Okay, the roll number 050-094-103-0034 Roshni Bay. It's a bi-level home for $437,000, and as I was saying, Mr. Chairman, what you see there does not have a finished basement, and the $437,000 is for the finished basement. I can't help but thinking that that's what it should be, because there are a couple of other properties here that doesn't have basements as well finished, and the values are certainly very close. So that's that. I think maybe I'll ask that you confirm that value at $437,000.
Okay. Panel members, any questions?
No, from me.
Okay. So let's go to Mulvey, 1009 Mulvey, number 8 on the docket.
Alright. Okay, I'll read that out for you very quickly.
Okay. Same thing.
1009 Mulvey Avenue, it's roll number 120-305-07100, so 1.5-story home. We have it at $355,000. What had happened on this property here, where you see all the comparables, does support the value of $255,000. During the time when the first assessment went out, would you believe that $309,000, and that letter was sent out, the appellant, Ms. Schaffner, had appealed it because she wasn't sure whether or not the revised number of 255 was going to go through. And so that's why she appealed it. When I confirmed that that's what it is, 255, she chose not to come because she was okay with that. She was actually not appealing the 255, but was appealing the $309,000, which was the original assessment that went out, the preliminary, not the preliminary, but the reassessment for the year, preliminary letter action. So I asked you to confirm the 255 that was sent into you.
Okay, thank you. Panel members, any questions?
Not from me.
I have no
Okay,
questions.
then we'll go to 1227 Warsaw Crescent, same thing.
Okay, for 1227.
Here we go.
Item number 10.
Yeah, okay. 1237 Warsaw with a roll number 12031068000. It's a story and a half. And the assessed value $349,000. And very simply, Mr. Chairman, we have a sale of 2017 for $345,000. It's not a post-reference sale. It is a sale that has occurred a year at least, or close anyways, to the reference date of April 1st, 2018. So the four comparables that we have here, although some of them are actually, a couple of them are actually lower than that of the subject property, it's a sale that would suggest that condition-wise would more than likely be the factor why one property is lower or higher than the other one. So I asked that you confirm the $339,000 for this.
Thank you, sir. Any questions from the panel?
No. I have no questions.
Okay, we'll go to Waterloo Street, 695, number 13 on the docket.
Okay, for 695 Waterloo, with the roll number 12050925000. What do we have here? A property that was sold for $417,000, a one-story home. And 8 years afterwards, it's only $5,000 higher than that of the sale price. Should I say more on that one?
No.
I don't think so. I asked that you confirm that.
Okay. And we'll go to the last one, which is 709 South Drive. Number 18 on the docket.
Okay, for 709 South Drive. Roll number 03080977500. It's a 1.5 story home in Crescent Park. $371,000 is the assessed value, and when you look at the price per square foot, and I don't always talk about it much, certainly don't emphasize that, but just looking at it and across the board and looking at what the values were for other properties that are houses that are smaller, the 371 certainly appears okay. The problem, I think, what had happened in the past were assessors and homeowners complaining that this is mostly land value and therefore the land shouldn't be that much, but there must be residual value on the house, certainly. Especially when you look at it, not especially, but it does have the 2004 built garage, so it can't be land value only, it must be contributory value with the house as well. So I actually confirmed the $371,000.
Thank you, Mr. Ranzawat. Any questions from the panel?
No questions.
No
Okay.
questions.
Mr. Ranzawat, I think that concludes our hearing.
I'm good to go?
Yes. And thank you for a fine job.
Thank you.
Did very well.
As always.
Like always.
You can turn that off.
Okay. We can get up and stretch our legs.
Well, Mr. Ranzawat packs up, goes home.